Broadcast is live. Hello, everyone.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome in to Six Screens, a late night program. Friends, we got a new program. It's called Watchtower After Dark. And the hosts are Linda James, Apostle Babe, and her good friend Eric out of Nashville, Tennessee. Now, both of these people are former Jehovah's Witnesses, so they do have a lot to say about what goes on in the world of the Jehovah's Witnesses. So what we're trying to do tonight with this new format is make it a very entertaining, late night on Saturday. People are relaxing. So we want to invite as many people to call in as possible. We'll put the telephone number up on the screen so you'll see it. But we want to really congratulate these guys. They'll go pretty much all night long, and they'll be waiting for you to call in and talk to them. And, we will keep it informative as well as entertaining. So bear that in mind. So by all means, call in tonight and support Apostle Babe and Eric. That would be wonderful. So hello, guys. You're in here with us.
Hey.
Hello.
So good to see you. It's great to have you on. I'm glad that we still have a lot of people on because we had a really big show there, as you guys know, before. And sorry for the delay, but I didn't realize that Selena, the woman that was on TikTok.
No, when we get a guest like that miscellaneously shows up, the next show waits always.
Well, I hope you guys know that at any time, even your program. But I wasn't expecting her to call in. Her sister called in.
It was a very nice surprise. I liked that she did, and I liked that her sister called in first, and was kind of standing up for her and making a few things clear. And I gave them the invitation to join us in this show as well. So.
Yeah, we'll see if they can come in. I like to have them come back on. It was odd. I kind of warmed up to them. I did. Even though Reese says that I was lambasting them and saying they were frauds and all of this, basically is what he was saying. I wasn't saying that at all. He was putting words in my mouth. But anyways, they know better, and it was a good program. So anyways, I'm going to cut you loose, but Eric, did you want to say something about a video that you wanted me to play?
I did, but if you can just hang in for a couple minutes and just let Apostle Babe do her introduction, and then we'll
Apostle Babe do it. Let me just get up. I have been sitting here for 7 hours. I'm just going to get up and walk around for a few minutes. So give me a couple of minutes. I'll come right back in. All right.
She's just going to get her introduction. And we'll play the video.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes. I just got to get up, get a cold drink. Yep.
No problem, buddy.
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And the reason I tell you this each and every week is I know that if I repeat something over and over again, I'm actually using a technique for brainwashing. It's also a technique that can be used for memorizing things to pass a test. So that's why I do it every single time I start the show, because I am hoping to brainwash you. And I'm hoping that after so many times of me saying this, that you really, really believe that I am your favorite apostate. So with that being said, it's truly a form of indoctrination. There's many different techniques and tactics, which I do love to bring up on the show. And tonight is the first night with Eric that I get to co-host this with Eric. And I'm digging the beard Eric has. It's, when a gentleman leaves the Watchtower and starts to grow their facial hair, I'm always so thrilled because it's the apostate in them, just showing up in freedom and they are able to just be the man that they've been waiting to be. So I'm always truly encouraged when I get to see a beard on the gentleman that's left the organization. So Eric and I are going to do our show tonight. There's a video that when Rick gets back after he gets his drink, Eric told me it's actually going to be about repetition. But Eric and I have talked a few times and we've gotten along pretty well. And we're looking forward to, opening this up to hosting this and making it to where it's a comfortable situation for you. We know that not everyone will be pleased, and we do want to hear your feedback. But what I'm not okay with is name calling. So if we could not do that, ad hominem, if we could not do the name calling, it would be very helpful. I'm serious. I don't mind if you're passionate. I get mad too. I get passionate too, and I want to be able to do that. If there's one thing the organization did with us is they made us on an even kill. Like we couldn't get too excited, we couldn't get too low, we couldn't even mourn because this showed a lack of faith, you know. So part of this time of healing is actually discovering who we authentically are. So I'm hoping that you get to hear Eric and myself grow because we're still healing. We're not hosting this show because we think we have our stuff in order or we got life figured out. We're simply here to open up this space for you. And now I'm going to hand it over to Eric.
For sure, hon. Thank you.
Well, Eric, I'm back here.
Okay, buddy.
Give me a minute and I'll get this thing pumped up for you.
All right. You got the timestamp and everything?
Yeah, just give me a minute just to get it up. Yep.
Apostle Babe.
Yes, Kurt.
Babe.
Hi, hon. How you doing?
I wanted to say hello and welcome back. Hello, Eric. And we had a good, last week, a good ministry school and service meeting while you were gone. And
ministry school? I'm going to break out in hives, darling. You had a ministry school.
I'm glad you're back.
Okay.
I'm glad you're back. I hope you got some rest on your vacation. You guys go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I had every intention last Saturday night to go to a beach party. Matter of fact, I had called Rick on Tuesday, and then like by Thursday or Friday, I'm hearing this thing called Hillary is coming into town like a tornado or something. I'm like, wait a minute, Southern California doesn't get these things, right? So I just didn't think it was very wise to get on the beach and get in front of some winds. I didn't know what these things are like at all. And I just decided to, you know, maybe cancel. And the person that was going to give me a ride was actually sick. So I ended up not having a ride, and I ended up listening to Six Screens that night. It was really, really cool to hear you all together and to listen to Eric and him host the show. So that was very cool.
Well, thank you, hon.
Thank you.
Just to give a little background, it's the governing body update number 6 for 2023 from Samuel Hurd. And he's going to use a bunch of children to promote the convention. And they say it over and over again. And I just thought it was kind of like similar to how you start off your show and showing how that they indoctrinate us. And that's why I thought it went hand in hand. He'll get it eventually, or maybe he won't.
Well, I do have it. Just give me what I can't find, Eric. I got a million emails here. Just give me the timestamps.
Yep. The timestamp is 2 minutes and 30 seconds where you start, and you end it like 3:47.
All right, hold on 1 second. 2 minutes and 37, you say?
2:30. 2:30. 2:30. All right, and end at 3:47.
All right, let's play it right now. Okay, a little bit before it, but it's okay. Let's play it now.
All right.
Today I'm happy because I'm at the convention and I could see everybody again.
I like being here at the convention because I get to meet the brothers and sisters that are here.
I like taking pictures with my new friends.
I'm happy to be in the convention today because I could hug my brothers and sisters. And I also like the songs. They relax me a lot.
I helped clean with the friends in our congregation. It was fun.
My family and friends are all here surrounding me, loving Jehovah just like I do.
To me, I like to be here because I can see the videos and also see all the brothers.
I definitely think being in person is much better. I learned lots more things I didn't really focus on when I was at home.
I like coming to the convention better than watching it on the TV.
That's it.
Wow.
What do you think? Is that child indoctrination at its finest right there?
Well, first off, I just want to say I dig those bow ties on the gentleman. You know, I'm digging them. I love the bow ties. It's like just a little bit of character difference than a necktie. You know what I mean? So, you know, all this stuff that they're talking about. Character difference than a necktie. I don't think they came up with it on their own. I think they were coached to say those things. I mean, I don't recall ever knowing a kid when I was that age saying anything like that. Neither did myself. Gosh, I can't wait to go to, we used to call them assemblies back in the 70s. I can't wait to go to an assembly to be with all my brothers and sisters. No, I never said that shit. No.
Advertising, right?
No. It was, you know, Dodger Stadium in the heat.
The best part of the convention at one point was maybe the sandwiches and the final prayer. When it was amen and you could go home.
Well, I noticed that somebody said I'd like it better than watching it on, you know, TV or whatever that was. So it's this mindset of being in person now rather than how it has been for the last few years over Zoom.
I keep seeing the repetition of, I like going to the assemblies or conventions because like every kid kept saying it. I'm just like, they're beating it into the children that are watching this. That's what they're doing.
Said no Jehovah's Witness child ever. Okay. No, there might have been a few that are super like geeky or whatever. Like, for instance, Pete, who's been a guest on the show a few times, he would have said that maybe when he was super, super young. But he also used to take encyclopedias off the shelf and just read them for the hell of it. You know, that's just how his brain, that's just how his brain is, you know?
Sure.
Is it something you ever said?
What's that?
Is this something you ever said when you were a kid?
Said what exactly?
Did you ever say, I look forward to going to the assemblies because anything?
Oh, yeah. No, what I was trying to say to you is that the best part of it was either the food or going home, the concluding prayer. Right? That was the best part of the. I fell asleep through them. I didn't get anything out of it, and then you get like your mother jabbing you, right, giving you the elbow to wake you up, and it's like, just let me sleep. I'm exhausted. It feels so fake and forced, what they're doing and the kids don't even, they look like kind of like in the clouds, like they don't even know what they're talking about and just like a parrot eating what they're saying, you know. But I thought it was very indoctrinative, or if that's a word. They're using a lot of indoctrination in that small little video, and I thought of you, of how you always say, you know, I'm your favorite apostate because that's the method that they use against us, and that's proof of it.
Yeah.
Even if it's a small way, but I feel more upset because it's our little children, it's our kids. Mm-hmm. Like, and those kids are going to end up getting disfellowship, some of them, and lose their family. Best life ever.
Yeah. Best life ever. Exactly. Yeah, they use the kids. And when you have somebody that's your peer on the screen, it's more easier to receive the indoctrination. So this is specifically for the children, just like Caleb and Sophia is, you know. And I'm just going to say they look so cute. Those little girls in their pretty little flower dresses and those little boys in their little suits and everything. Oh my God, I just wanted to pinch their cheeks and just be all like, oh my God, you're so cute. But it was the children talking. I've never seen anything where only the children are talking. So I think this is true indoctrination for children, you know? So they get to have another reason to feel like, gosh, there must be something wrong with me because I don't want to go.
Right. One more thing in that governing body update that I would bring up, and I'll, you know, whatever you wanted to bring up too, I'll end it there. But what's his name? Samuel Hurd. He quotes the Watchtower like it's the Bible. July 2019. Page 10, paragraph 7. When our enemies ban our worship, they hope to make us afraid to serve Jehovah. In addition to the ban, they may circulate false stories, send officials to search our homes, drag us to court, or even imprison some of us. They hope that we will be terrified because they put a small number of us in prison. And I'm like, man, this is just more fear-mongering. That's the two things I got out of the governing body update. There's more into it, but between the fear-mongering and then indoctrinating our children, because they know they're bleeding out numbers, Linda, and they can't last. And if they can't get the kids, because the kids are all going to Google and they're all going to Facebook and YouTube and our channels, and they're waking up.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Hey, Eric and Linda.
Hi. Who's this?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, who is this?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Who's talking?
Oh, it's Angela. I'm sorry.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, guys. Do you mind if I maybe it's not the right time. I want to ask you to just shut me up if it's not the right time. But Dan and I missed the part about Lena's sister coming on. Could you just give us a quick 1 minute on what was accomplished, or what did you find out, or what it is, what it helped us to see or know or understand that so we can know, did it validate her sister, or what did you get? Do you mind? Is that for later?
Are you asking about giving you information about the video we just played, or are you talking, when you said sister, are you talking about the gals that were on the last show?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Oh, okay. Selena.
Yes.
Well, Rick had talked to them quite a while, and I'm going to be very politically neutral with this. But like I mean, the girls seem to be valid, and they seem to have a legitimate. I don't even know how to say it. They seem to have a legitimate complaint of what has happened to them, and I don't think anyone's doubting that. And they're welcome to come on and talk on our show if they're still listening. I just think that we need to show them love and do right by them. No matter what the story is, because that's what good people do, or Christians do. We're there for each other. Like Jehovah's Witnesses, I'll just not like the narrative and throw it away. I mean, there's uncomfortable things in life, and we have to face them. And I've been a victim of abuse too, so I can understand what they're going through. It's really hard to come forward.
Yeah.
This is a very sensitive subject, Angela.
Okay. Well, it sounds like at least it was a good validation for her sister. So that was all. I was just kind of wondering if that was accomplished or not, or what. And then also to you guys, I was going to let you know that as soon as you got done playing that video that you wanted Rick to play for you, then suddenly your sound was all messed up. So you sound kind of muffled and echoey, and both of you. And it was perfect before that. So I don't know if there's anything that could be done. So anyway, I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, let me just jump in. Let me jump in here. Angela, is it
still sounding muffly?
That's
Go ahead and answer, Rick.
a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, I can hear Linda better now. How about you, Eric?
Eric, can you say a few things?
It looks like
I'm sorry. Oh, you want me to say something? Yeah. And I don't know. Rick was trying to come in. I don't know what happened. Angela.
I'm just trying to check for the
I was born a girl child, and I was trained to shut up as soon as a male speaks. So I'll be in the, I don't know if y'all notice, I'm usually in the middle of a sentence. As soon as I hear a male speak, I can just shut up. Like,
sorry.
I haven't gotten rid of that one yet, totally.
Yes, we're just trying to get you guys' voices clear again, because they were good before the video you played. You sound What do you think it sounds like, Dan?
Tony sounds like his voice is up a bit.
Eric, sounds like your voice is a little bit louder, but it's also kind of muffled, and echoey.
It's because I'm not using my earpiece, and for some reason it didn't come through very well. If it's better off that I come in on the phone or try again on my earpiece, I'll let Rick decide.
It's good now, Eric. Good now. It's good now.
All right, I'm going to get closer to the microphone and see if that helps.
Okay, yeah, that's really great, actually, now. Really great.
Okay,
Thank you
cool.
very much.
You know what? Thank you for noticing the sound difference and letting us know about it, because
Yeah.
that's super important. And sometimes the show will go like a good half an hour to 45 minutes before I realize, like, I wonder if the microphone is turned towards the intercom that Rick has set up, but he's resting somewhere, so I don't want to ask him. So thank you for checking and letting us have the feedback right off the bat. I appreciate that, Angela.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. That sounds really good now. I'm so happy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad it's better.
Me too. Thank you, guys.
I don't even remember where we left off.
So let's talk about the gals, the sisters that, if you're okay with that were just on the show before this one. I've only seen one video, and that was the TikTok video. I hear there is another video, and by the way, sisters, you're welcome to chime in at any time. You can push *6 and just speak up, and we'll, welcome you in. So there's another video that I have not seen, and hearing about their home being burned down, and that being related to Anthony, Tony III, doing this thing that they called was code, or I'm not sure if that's the term, but basically it was kind of a warning, and then their home was burned down. What's interesting, I know I'm going to switch gears right now, but a lot of people have been talking about Lahaina in Hawaii, right? Did you know that the 2 days before this fire started, Westboro Baptist Church was out there picketing? Westboro Baptist Church. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they show up at funerals of soldiers. They show up at like any place and come up with these signs and basically inform whatever they show up at it, just how heathen they are, and they're atrocious. And basically what they're trying to do is antagonize people to where they'll get mad at them and kind of fight them or yell at them back, and then they sue them. That's what they do. That's what they do. So they were saying that Hawaii is going to be destroyed because of them, not worshiping God correctly or something to this effect. 2 days later, the fire starts. And that was hard to hear. But see, Westboro Baptist Church shows up everywhere. I really don't believe that they had anything to do with the fire starting. But wow, are you familiar with Westboro Baptist Church, Eric?
No.
They're the ones that will show up places with signs that says God hates fags. Stuff like that.
West Baptist. So there's a difference between Baptist and West Baptist?
Correct. Westboro Baptist Church is considered a family cult. I'm sorry, what?
Okay. So they're a different type of Baptist.
Westboro Baptist Church is independent. It's an independent fundamental Baptist church out of Westboro. I've seen them on TV for quite some time. If you don't mind, guys, take about 2 minutes or 3 and tell you what I think about JW World News.
Sure.
I think that Rick's done a really, really good job explaining himself, his position. His position is fluid. He's looking for more information. And Reese is very intelligent and digs into things, and he's got a lot of conspiracy theories.
I'm sorry, are you talking about Reese or are you talking about the video?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, Reese.
Reese, okay.
No doubt, there's no doubt the Watchtower has a pedophilia problem. You get 8 or 10 or 12 million people scattered across the world, and from the top down, they don't have the right policy on pedophilia. But when you go to the next level, that there's a child, what do you call it, abuse ring, where they're selling off children for sacrificial reasons or
trafficking
reasons. Now, I'm open-minded. I want to. Trafficking. I couldn't think of the word. Thank you. I'm open-minded and listen to this.
I think you're talking about child sacrificing if you're speaking of the death of a child. Is that?
I think that was part of their.
Okay.
Unless I misunderstood them. Unless I misunderstood the sisters.
No, that she was talking about child trafficking, and then they brought up Epstein Island. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Trafficking.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I thought. Okay. Amen. I thought maybe I'm wrong. I thought I heard something about actual sacrificing, more than just the sexual trafficking. I'm talking about sacrifices. Maybe I'm mistaken on that. So my 2 cents. I'm open-minded. I want to say one last thing. And the girls, I asked them the ladies, I asked them a question, and they said it will be in court. And all of us know, I'm no lawyer, but I had a problem one time. Went to see a lawyer. He said, "Well, I believe your story, but you don't have enough proof. You got some, but you don't have enough." I got turned down. So there's a long story. I won't get into that boring story. So we all know that. So therefore. Their story, legally, to get any justice, obviously it's got to be through the court system. I'm sure they know that. In the meantime, it's a story. And so if their story's true, I hope they get justice in the court. That's what my position is now. And that's one problem I had with Reese tonight. Reese seemed to believe that their story is true because they say it's true.
Sure.
And sometimes that's the case, and sometimes it's not the case. I'll give you an apples and oranges example. Very simple, because I'm simple-minded. If I go to bed tonight, and Jesus Christ appears at the foot of my bed. And I talk to my friends, and I tell them that story. And I come on 6 screens, and I tell that story. Well, you guys, some of you like me, and you want to believe it. But in the real world we live in, there would have to be some doubt in your mind whether or not Jesus Christ actually appeared at the foot of my bed. They would have to be. Now, how would I prove it to you? Well, I could. And I'll go one step further. That appearance of Jesus Christ at the foot of my bed, I wouldn't even know myself what to think. Was I delusional? Or did it really happen? The reality of it happened. I don't think I would ever know. Now, it may be an apples and oranges, so to speak, illustration. But there was a lot of confusion on the program. I think Rick tried to reel it all in and make it reasonable. I think he done a real good job at that. It's a fantastic story. Their own father was involved. And so I want to believe them. Their testimony. I want to believe them. But again, They have to have proof, and they know that. So in the meantime, it is an important story, but unless it's proven in court beyond reasonable doubt, then it remains a story, is what I wanted to say. I don't know how you guys, I hope I didn't light anybody's fire. But anyway, go ahead. I'll take a break. You guys go ahead.
Can I chime in for just a sec?
Sure. Who's this?
Sure. Yeah.
This is Stephen.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi, Stephen.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, Eric. I totally agree with the gentleman that called. I thought what Rick said was completely dead on. Rick has a platform of however many people are listening in. And in my opinion, it would have been terribly irresponsible for Rick to just grab that story and go hog wild with it without any kind of proof, without any kind of research. And essentially that he said that. He said, I haven't been able to research it. I listened to all the videos that were out there because I knew nothing about the TikTok videos. I only saw the one video on YouTube that everybody's already made videos on. But he watched so he did do research on it, and what he said in his research were that some of the things sounded outlandish. Well, that's true. You can't just walk up to somebody and talk about a religion that's killing babies. Yeah, they're going to be like, that's outlandish. What kind of proof do you have? And if you notice, when the two women were on the show, they didn't give any proof. The very first question I think that Rick asked, and I don't remember what it was, what I remember is we didn't get an answer. And so even after the discussion that we had, I didn't feel any more comfortable about it. I certainly feel that they know a lot more about what's going on, and they're obviously working with whatever agencies, government, and FBI, and all the rest. So they are obviously a lot closer to it. So I'm not disputing what they're saying. I'm simply saying they didn't provide any evidence. And so I would have wasted the same. I thought Rick was very responsible because all the other videos that I saw just ran with the story. And nobody seemed to ask other than I think Gilbert seemed to be the only person that said, wait a minute, I don't think this is legit, or I have some questions. And I thought that it was very responsible. We were, and then they came on and still didn't give any evidence.
Well, we have as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, we've been deceived so much that we have our thinking caps on, and we use our critical thinking minds. So it's not that we don't believe them; we want to believe them, but yeah, we're not going to cash the check necessarily yet. You know, we're not going to necessarily like take it 100%. But we certainly know that something did happen with these women, and they were hurt. And that much is for sure. You can't make that.
I'm just saying that no evidence was presented.
Right.
I think that's what's so important is this is about the fourth time I've heard I want to believe. I'm a huge X-Files fan. If you guys ever watch X-Files, and Mulder always has this poster that says I want to believe. That is the biggest no-no ever. Because if you want to believe something, you'll take just a grain of evidence, and that's all you need to just go run hog wild into something, and at the end of it, find out that there's nothing there. I don't think that we should want to believe. I think that we should just want to examine the evidence and let the evidence take us to where it needs to take us. But I don't think we should adopt the attitude, I want to believe. Even though I know you're not making that point, but it's just funny. That's the fourth time I've heard that in the program today. I want to believe it. I'm kind of the opposite. You know, you have to prove me the facts, and once I get all the facts, then I'll believe it. And also, you still know.
I think the most important thing is to just show these girls love, these gals, these women. You know,
exactly.
Just show them love, because there's a good chance that this story is real. And do we want to be the Jehovah's Witnesses that like reject people who are in a tough place? You know, when you're in a tough place as a Jehovah's Witness and you come out with something, we reject you. And I want to welcome them to our network, or the Rick's network, and give them a voice, and let them say what they have to say. Of course, we need to see a little evidence to believe it 100%. But that's all I got to say about that. I think they're very, you know what, for someone who's been hurt from this organization as well, it's very hard to talk about. It's not easy to come out for a man or a woman to say you were sexually abused. It's difficult. You're putting yourself on the line. Why would these women put themselves on the line like that? You know, I don't think they agree.
What do you think that the woman that drove to that Kingdom Hall and asked to speak to Toni Morrison, what was the point of that? That was the one question that I wanted to ask, because when we talked to them, when we heard them speaking, they seemed to be, you know, logical and very professional, almost legalistic minded, as you might expect. And you wouldn't expect a person like that to get in their car and go drive to the hall and demand to see this person and make the statement that your ass is grass or whatever the thing was.
His ass is grass and she is the mower.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. It just seemed kind of out of character for the person that we heard from for the last hour. We didn't hear that. You know, we didn't really hear that. And I guess my question is, what did she?
Oh, and she ended it with "sir." She ended it with "sir." Maybe that's more receivable.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said she ended that statement with the "sir." So maybe it's more receivable. You know, his ass is grass and I'm the mower, sir. I think she had said "sir" at the end of it. I understand.
I'm just like if he was there, he came out to the car. I'm just wondering, what was she going to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
How would we know that?
She said that he was directly responsible for these things happening. I didn't hear her say that, you know, a whole lot of detail, but that's like a term by itself that implies that this stuff got to go on under the leadership of him. And that's all I can take from it right now.
That's what I got out of it too. That's all I can take out of it. Oh, go ahead, sister. Hello?
Yeah, I just was going to say also to you guys, he said something about, or she said something to him about, well, let me just ask you, like right away, she wanted to know, thank you for being sorry that I went through that, but are there children here? And yes. I want you to know that they're in danger. And so I think that might have been the goal.
Yeah, she made it very clear that this is dangerous for him to be around children.
Right.
They also seemed like they didn't care about money very much, like a lawsuit or anything. And maybe that's what I got out of it. And anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but it didn't seem like that was their motivating force, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know what I was thinking, Eric? To me, she just opened up a can of worms, at least in things to talk about. Because if it's that easy to I mean, you pretty much can go from that one guy's video and find out exactly where he lives. Now you know what Kingdom Hall he's at. You can just drive, you know, right up there. It just makes me wonder if they being Watchtower thought this through enough. Because it seemed to me that you would have taken a guy like that and you would have put him in a gated community someplace where it's just not so easy for anybody to just drive up on him. And maybe they didn't think that things would ever get to that point. And now I'm wondering, like, so today's Saturday, so tomorrow, what is that all going to be like tomorrow? Are they going to have attendants running around like CIA agents or FBI or something, you know, monitoring every little thing that goes on in every car that comes down the parking lot? And do they have people watching his house? Does he feel insecure in his own? I'm just wondering, like, how that single event is going to change everything for Toni and for that hall and for Watchtower.
Well, we've heard that Dan and Angela shows up at Kingdom Halls and the doors are locked. And I do think that's a direct result of the Kingdom Hall crashes that used to happen, like, you know, 2017 and stuff. So whatever the repercussions are from this, we'll just kind of, I don't know, we'll have to find out. To me, it sounded very, very direct. what she was saying. You let him know I'm looking for him. And I'm going to keep showing up here, and I'm going to keep looking for him. And I'm going, you know, like, this is to let him know this. So it was a threat or a promise, right? I think it was a promise. That's what I really meant to say. I'm going to keep showing up here.
Yeah.
Have him look forward to it. Like, have him know that this is my intention. And that, to me, would put a troubling, you know, feeling in his mind.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is Joshua Hornets, J-Man United in the chat from Houston, Texas. Yeah, hey, I want to ask everybody, and I asked it earlier in the show, but now that this happened, do y'all think that they're going to relocate Tony Morris to another spot? Now that this, maybe get him another home or, you know, another state or something, now that they know where he is, now that he's kind of accessible. I just want to get y'all opinion on that, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, y'all.
Oh, well, Scott, was it Scott? That was a good question.
I think he said his name was Joshua.
Joshua, sorry. I'm so bad with names. Thank you, Linda.
You'll have me back another time, sure. We might even both be wrong, okay?
Who knows? They don't seem very intelligent when they make moves at this point. It seems like everything they do is failing. Who knows if they'll move him or not? I have a feeling that they probably don't give a crap about him anymore, but they don't want him to squeal either. You know, so they're going to take somewhat care of him because they bought him home. I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
I would say it's too early. I would say it's too early. Watchtower is probably going to do a wait and see. If nothing else happens, they'll leave it as is. But if people start, you know, protesting or coming to the hall, protesting out in front of the hall, in other words, we know where this guy is. And we can get to him at any point in time. And you start protesting either on his block, maybe putting flyers in neighbors' mailboxes that, hey, do you know your neighbor is a former head of an organization that's a pedophile ring and lawsuits all around the world, and, you know, possibly doing that outside of the kingdom. Then they'll go ahead and relocate them. But right now it's going to be a waiting game. So it's really going to be up to whether there's enough people that go out and harass him or not. If they don't, then they won't do anything about it. If they do, then they'll definitely relocate him.
I feel you. You know, I do. This is a situation that it's very touchy, and I almost don't want to touch it, but I believe these sisters went through something, and I'm glad they came on the show and told their story, because you know what, no matter what the situation, none of this looks good for Watchtower, you know. And I think Gilbert said one time on his show, like, where's Watchtower suing them for, you know, slander or whatever? You got to wonder, where is Watchtower? You know, how come they haven't commented on this at all, or have they? And I'm not aware of it. I don't know. But very, very interesting times with what's happening in this situation, and I don't think this is going to be the first one that happens either. Tony's a sitting duck. I don't know why they didn't put him in a gated community. I mean, he has to be in a gated community. I mean, who wouldn't? If I was in North Carolina, I would want to stop by. I'm not suggesting anybody do that, but I would want to be like, hey, remember me? We went to Pioneer School together. You were my teacher, and you made me work in your car for free, and you tortured me and my wife with your policies, and we lost our families from it. I'd like to talk to him too, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the bottom line is, he brought all this on himself with all of the bizarre and ridiculous statements that he made. He brought this on himself.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make a statement.
Hey, Kurt. Can you let Tim talk, and then you can come in? Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, hi. I mean, I didn't want to hijack your whole show. It's a whole interesting topic. I was going to say, I think they put Tony in that house without realizing how good, the citizen investigators are these days. They're not really thinking what's the chances of anyone ever finding him apart from the witness community, to be honest. But it's private. Well, the blue envelope guy or whoever that researches these days, they're pretty damn good. And I just think that they just underestimated that fact. That they thought he was kind of out of the way, and it sort of seems to be that they were preempting that they knew something was going on. When they got rid of him and put him out of the road like that.
Yeah, and you guys, I thought it was really interesting that when she went to Kingdom Hall, they were ever so glad to bring her into the Kingdom Hall and ask all kinds of questions. The elder and the circuit overseer who showed up much later. But boy, they wanted to talk. I feel like that they had a gag order around there. Somebody said something today about that indicates that Jehovah's Witnesses don't want this to be discussed about Tony Morris, that they don't want anyone to discuss it anymore. And so I think these guys were itching to know why did he get sent here? And they probably really wanted to hear what she had to say because they didn't really know themselves why he was there and what happened and why and all that. I think it seemed to me like they were curious, just the way it sounded to me. So I think that's interesting. Anyway.
I haven't seen that video yet, but just from what I heard of it, I would think the same thing,
I wanted to ask you guys a question about human or child trafficking.
Let me just say real quick that let me just hold on a minute, Kurt. They talked about child trafficking, child sacrifice, and one more thing. So it wasn't only child trafficking. And by the way, child trafficking does not mean that you go over the state line or county line to make it legitimate. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
It's something I don't know much about, obviously, but let's say, for example, at the Kingdom Hall, a man and a wife has got 3 kids. And the oldest, a 16-year-old girl, 14-year-old boy, 12-year-old girl. And you're at the Kingdom Hall with your kids. I'm trying to figure out in my mind, in that Kingdom Hall, if there was an elder that could outthink me. That elder may be involved in a child trafficking ring. He's going to outthink me and my wife. I'm trying to think how that works. Now, let's switch it up a little bit. Let's say that there's a divorced sister in the congregation. She's got those 3 kids. Is there some way that an evil elder or a group of elders or Tony Morris could get to her kids?
Absolutely. And that she can get married to a pedophile, and the elders are not allowed to tell her this. My first interview was with William Bowen, who made that very clear. This happened.
Now, stop right there. Hold on just a minute, Apostle Babe. I heard you.
Okay.
Now, gets married. She's a widow, and she gets married to a brother in the congregation that's a pedophile. I got you. I can see that happening. Where does it go from there?
Her child becomes a victim of this pedophile, because that's what a pedophile does. They have to groom the adults first to get to the children.
I agree with you 100%. But so that new husband of hers is a pedophile, and he rapes all 3 kids. But where does it go after that?
Well, let me just go back to that spot. By virtue of his position being a male, and he comes into this family as the man, he is the head of the house. By virtue of his position, everyone has to obey him, and they've been groomed to do what he says.
I agree with you. I agree
So
with
it
you.
would be,
Okay. So do you think in a situation like that, he's raped the 3 kids? So let's go one step further. Are there any examples of that man taking those 3 kids and putting them in a sex ring?
Yeah,
is there
I
any,
can answer that.
Hey, Kurt, if I could give my 2 cents. I was just going to say to you, Kurt, where I grew up in Rhode Island, there was a congregation in Warren, Rhode Island, Warren, Warren. And it's near Newport, a famous part of Rhode Island, like a tourist trap. But anyways, Warren, Rhode Island congregation had the worst. It was like one of the worst sex abuse problems or CSA problems in the area. I mean, it's bad. I mean, I got abused there, and so did a friend of mine was raped. There were 2 men, and one of them was an elder. And they both not only sexually abused, they didn't just sexually abuse their own children. They also sexually abused other children. One guy sexually abused all the men and the women in his family. I mean, there was a cancer in this congregation. I mean, it was really bad. And I can't help to think, is that a form of a sex ring? People covering it over? Is all these guys working together, letting these bad things happen? There was a lot of people severely abused and have serious psychological abuse from that congregation. I don't even know how it's still going on today, but there were a lot of molesters in that congregation. I know of 3 of them at least, and there's probably more. And on top of it, there was a woman that was involved too, so that would make 4, the wife. There's a serious problem where they're just covering it up, and you got to wonder: is this a sex ring at some point? If they're covering it up, maybe I'm being a conspiracy theorist, but why? What is with all these hardcore cover-ups? There was a lot of abuse in this congregation. I can't make it. I can't say it enough of how bad it was at the Warren, Rhode Island congregation.
are you saying there was a wife involved in assisting children to be molested?
Allegedly.
Okay.
He never got prosecuted, but some of us know.
Okay.
But the husband got prosecuted, and so did the other guy. There was several men that went to prison. In fact, one guy that's not even connected with the story, who was in the same congregation. I was about 16 or 17 years old in the East Providence, Rhode Island congregation, and I went to the bathroom. I think I was 16, maybe even a little younger, but around there. You get the point. I went to the bathroom, and there was a guy in there with a bald head and just a little hair on the side like mine, and clean shaven and suit on. And I went to the stall and I peed, and he left. And then an elder came in who I knew very well, and he said, "Did that guy do or say anything to you?" I said, "No." He goes, "Well, that's good, because he's a registered sex offender." I'm like, okay.
Wow. You actually were informed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, I actually was informed, but they weren't good about it because they didn't tell everybody, because it wasn't because they didn't want to. Some people forgot to tell certain people, and it was just negligence. But yeah, I was informed, but I wasn't informed before I knew I went in the bathroom. Otherwise, I would have been, I can wait.
It's one of those things I talk about that is on a need-to-know basis. You find out at the point of needing to know. Otherwise, you don't need to know.
My wife reminded me he was from Tiverton, Rhode Island, but moved to East Providence, this specific man that I just talked about. So I like to get my facts straight. Thank you, Desiree.
Thank you, Desiree. Wow. I'm glad to hear that there were people prosecuted from the Kingdom Hall that you attended. Was your perpetrator prosecuted?
No, no.
Okay.
And the other person was not either.
Thank you for that example, Eric. Let me I heard that. Let me go back just for a minute. And to the illustration I used of the woman with the 3 kids, and she's a widow, and she gets married to a child pedophile in the congregation. Just go back there just for a minute. We know there's all kinds of people in all kinds of places in the world. This woman, because the house payments got to be made, and her husband's making the money, her new husband, and because she don't want to embarrass him and the children, and she don't want to embarrass the elders, and she's also afraid of her husband, and she's afraid of the elders. So when the event starts, she stays quiet. Is that the way it happens? Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, wow. We have Donna Zook Adley, and she says Tiverton representing tonight. And I think I've talked to her once before, and I think she's from near my hometown. But I didn't mean to interrupt you all, but that's really cool.
What did you say?
Hey, Eric, you guys, there was some gentleman after that gentleman who just now spoke. He said, I have the answer to that, how that works. And he started to say, I have the answer. And then you guys didn't hear him. So maybe that guy's still on.
Oh, that's me. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Story.
Thank you, Angela.
It's a similar story to what Eric said. So I know personally, and I talk to these women, and they're related, but I don't want to kind of give away too much. But anyway, they said that they were swapped around between witness pedophiles as the kids, and other kids were abused. And so their dad, he was a witness, and he went to jail. So he was a convicted pedophile, even though after he came out of jail, he went to congregations and partook of the wine. One of his sons became a convicted pedophile. The other one had the other son, who was an elder, and this elder's son, so the grandson of original pedophile, he slashed his wrist in an attempted suicide and said that his father had pedophiled him, and then he backpedaled on that story. So all the boys in that family were obviously abused, and the girls were. Yeah, the dude went to jail, and like I'm saying, they said that they were swapped around, and that's going back. I'd never even heard of pedophilia back then. You're talking, 25 years ago when I heard that story. But they were saying that that's what their dad used to do. And these dudes operate out of fear because they're not just sexual abusers. They're super violent people that make threats. And so there's always like a cloud of violence, worrying anyone that's going to tell. But in another twist, this will touch on that burning down the house story. I'm just going to assume he had something over he had some sort of a stepdaughter or someone in the relation, and he lent her money, and the instant that the money was paid back, her house burnt down, and then she had to re-loan money back off of him.
Wow.
Weird.
Wow.
Hey, can I say something real quick? And I don't mean to take from Tim's story, but I got really touched in the comment section. Donna Zook Adley says, I know the Nichols and the Nevilles and the Ballou family. I don't know the Ballou family, but I know the Nichols, Dave Nichols, and I know the Nevilles, that he's related to them, and they have a shop in Tiverton, a copper shop, where they work together. And I got emotional over it because I haven't heard that name in so long. But if that's the same people, that's crazy. Sorry, everyone. And I didn't mean to hijack that part of the show, but yeah.
People that you know of?
What's that?
Did you say these are people you know of?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I know 2 out of the 3 families that they mentioned, if they're the same people. I know David Nichols and Susan Nichols, and I know the Nevilles, and I don't remember their first names, but I know the Nevilles are related to the Nichols, I believe, through marriage, through marriage. And the fact that she knows about Tiverton is it's just a weird connection that I haven't been down. It's like a roller coaster. Sorry.
Wow. I would be touched too. That's really close to home.
Yeah, it's really close to home. And like Desiree said, oh, how's the Portuguese food there? She probably doesn't realize the names, but Nichols and Neville's, I know those names for sure. I mean, like it's Tiverton, and how like Rhode Island is the smallest state in the United States of America.
Hey, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Can I make just one statement?
Yeah, sorry for thinking about me.
On the line. If you really want to see an example of this, take that same mother, and let's say that there's no husband, and the kids are smaller, especially boys. At some point in time, she's going to have it in her mind, I really want these boys to, quote unquote, serve Jehovah. I need a spiritual male influence. And she's going to pick out somebody in the congregation. If they don't come to her, and if they're a pedophile, they're going to come to her. And they're going to present themselves as, well, I can try to be a spiritual big brother, a spiritual mentor, you know, to the kids, and I can take them and spend a couple minutes with them and try to do some things and keep them in the truth. And that's another way that those kids are very susceptible to being molested. But then all that molester has to say is, if you tell anybody, I'll do something to your mom, and that kid is not going to say a word.
To answer some of Kurt's inquiry, within witness land, they do not teach boundaries.
Correct.
Wonderful book. There's a wonderful book called Boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing, if you went to one of these things for kids and adults, where it's like a crime prevention guy and he's given a little 20-minute lecture, first thing he says to the adults and the children in the audience, don't get in the car.
Right.
And we are taught as little witness children, oh, well, you're going to go into service with Brother Evil, aren't you? There's Brother Evil. You're in his car group.
But he's a Jehovah's Witness, so he's safe. That's what I was indoctrinated with.
Well, that's what we were told, right? And then the other thing that witnesses do, which was in my home, as I mentioned years ago, we have brothers and sisters that are missionaries or circuit overseers, or even, well, Brother Poor, he needs to stay here with his children for a while. Do you have a guest room where Brother Poor and his children can stay? And maybe Brother Poor's mother's name was not Sister Good. So he's not a good man. And maybe he kidnapped his children, which happened in the case of my home. The man stayed in our home with his own children, but he had kidnapped them.
Yes.
And I was not abused by him, but by the skin of my teeth, if I hadn't been such a tough kid, I might have been lured into his ways.
Sure.
So that's some of the ways that it happens. And again, there was a very, very prominent traveling overseer that went up and down the East Coast more than 50 years ago. And he was abusing boys and trying to get the girls too. So I hope that answers the question. And the other brother that had the question about evil, we would say for him to look up the words narcissistic supply.
Very good point. Very good point.
You know, you just said the word evil, and I just got to thinking, well, evil can be changed around to spell L-I-V-E. Live.
That's the opposite.
But it can
evil
also,
is the opposite of live.
Yeah, I know. But you can also rearrange those letters, and it also spells V-I-L-E, vile.
Very good.
And anyway, I was going to say the brother that was talking a minute ago about the sister that might be single, looking for a good influence on her son or daughter. And oh my goodness, I'm sorry, my Alexa thing is talking. Anyway, that kind of happened with me. I was a single parent with a little boy and a little girl, and there was a brother that I kind of started liking, and he started, and I didn't know anything about him. I just know he was started going to our Kingdom Hall, and he had been disfellowshipped, and he was reinstated. But I didn't know why he was ever disfellowshipped or anything. I didn't know anything about the man, but I really liked him. And he started, every Saturday he would ask me if he could pick up my little boy. And I'm like, oh, well, yeah, my son doesn't really have a father. So having a brother that was taking an interest in my son made me happy, because I'm thinking this is going to be a good influence over my son. And just like Pixie said, we were never taught boundaries. And then we in turn, I never really taught my kids boundaries either, because I never knew boundaries like that. And anyway, this brother's picking up my little boy every Saturday, going out. We were going out in service, and then he would say, "Can I take your son? And I'll teach him how to play ball, basketball, football, golf, whatever." Every Saturday, and I'm like, "Oh, this is wonderful." This brother's, having an interest in my son and everything. And anyway, long story short, when my son was in the hospital for a long time and had to have brain surgery, all these brothers were bringing these extravagant, expensive gifts to him. And I asked my son, why are all these brothers suddenly so interested in bringing you all these expensive gifts? And he says, oh, it's to keep me quiet. And I said, what do you mean quiet? And I said, what do they want you to be quiet about? He says, oh, they don't want me to tell that they've been trying to have, messing around with me and doing things. And I was like, what? And anyway, turned out this brother that had been disfellowshipped and reinstated had been in prison 13 years for molesting and raping 26 little boys the same age as my son. And then there were several brothers, though, that had also made passes at me. And I'm a single sister now, and I was in my 20s, and I kind of rubbed off on, told them, don't touch me, leave me alone, and all this. Well, it turned out those same brothers were bringing my son expensive gifts, and it turned out several of these brothers were doing things to my little boy. And I didn't know what to do, and I mentioned it in front of my parents. And my dad was an elder, and my mom said, well, I was surprised you let him take my son, to do things. I said, well, why? And this is before the brain surgery. But I said, why? And she said, well, he was a pedophile. And I'm like, no, I didn't know that. But shortly thereafter, this brother gets arrested and sent back to prison again for the same thing. He got caught with 2 little kids, and he was sent back to prison. But he professed, oh, innocent, yeah, right. Okay, well, the brothers could go out to the prison every week and tape comments for this brother to give at the Kingdom Hall because he couldn't be there in person. And they would play his comments part of the Watchtower study. And I just found that kind of disgusting because, yeah, he's already spent 13 years in prison for being guilty of that. And now you're wiping the slate clean and saying, oh, well, he must be innocent this time. No. And another thing a minute ago was saying, well, what happens after like a woman marries a brother who rapes her 3 kids? I don't care how much money you need to pay your bills. You don't put up with a man in your bed at your home messing with your kids. You cut that man's manhood off and you shove it down their throat and wrap a cord around their neck so they'll choke on it.
Okay, Lorena Bobbitt. Lorena Bobbitt is in the house. Yes. I hear you, sis. I hear you.
That happened in your family.
But they did find it. It was in the snow over there.
Thank you.
I hope the man is
They tried to retest that, but I don't remember how that happened.
My daughter even spent the night. He ended up getting married to a woman with 2 little girls.
They do it repeatedly, don't
before
they?
I knew anything being wrong there. And my daughter went over there to spend the night. And she called me after she'd been there like 45 minutes. And said, Mama, come get me. And I said, what's wrong? She said, he will not let us shut the door to go to the bathroom. He's sitting on the bed watching. And she says, I have to go to the bathroom. And man, I beeline that house. I got her. She never went back. But
I lost it, sorry.
What did I miss?
On the street.
I know, dear. It's very sad.
And I haven't seen him for years.
Everyone.
and he got involved in a lot of bad things. And I had to cut ties with him just for my own safety because of him being into drugs and dealing drugs and things, and he almost got me killed. But
with the witnesses,
I still love my son. I still love my son with all my heart, and nobody else knows what he has been through. I do. I forgive him for everything, but I still can't let him come near me because it's not safe. And I have to protect my granddaughters and my daughter from him. But anyway, it's hard. Yeah. And my daughter ended up getting pregnant at 15 years old. Mm-hmm. But she's 43 now. She's raised 3 daughters. She's taught them boundaries. Those girls they're happy with even their bodies and everything.
That's great.
And I feel when I look in the mirror, I don't see what other people see. I nitpick myself to death. My daughter is telling me, don't do that, Mom, because when you do that, it makes me want to do that. And my daughter went through a long time of self-mutilation, cutting herself. And she said when she would cut herself and see the blood, it would make her feel better because she was releasing this inner pain. Then she ended up being bulimic and that's anorexic. And what?
I hear you. I hear you.
She was 5'11". She was beautiful. Okay, she's still beautiful, but she could have been a model. And here, I didn't know she was in so much pain inside. And she still tries. Anyway, if I nitpick it myself, it makes her want to do that to herself. And she said, Mom, you can't do that. She says, you do that all the time. She said, you look at every imperfection you have. And she said, if you do that to yourself, you must do that to other people too. And I'm always telling her, no, you're beautiful. You're so smart and this and that. Nobody ever told me that. I was smart. I was beautiful, but I didn't know it.
You had scholarships and you were beautiful and smart. And your new mantra is, I'm not going to pick on myself.
Yeah, I need to do that, but
I've been there. I hear you on that one. I hear you on that one. Don't pick on yourself.
Yeah. Well, now, though, I do know I'm a loving person. I went through many years of bitterness, anger, and just wanting to kill everybody. Of course, that still crosses my mind every now and then. But anyway, I don't kill people, though. But anyway, anyway, I've got through all of that and come out on the other side. Finally, I am a stronger person, except, like I was saying, except nitpicking every little fault I've got. But I know that I'm a loving person, and I try to project that on other people. I will talk to people for hours, and they talk to me. I can talk to them. It's wonderful to have this back and forth thing. And Eric is like my son. His birthday is just a few days separate than my own son. And I can talk to Eric for hours. Love him so much. It's like he's there when my son's not anymore. And so I've never even met Eric in person, but I talked to him so many hours. It doesn't matter if I meet him ever in person. I still love him to pieces.
And
he's still like my mom.
He looks like he walked out of the Hittite drawing of the Hittite.
What?
I said, I like Eric's beard. It looks like those stone carvings of the Hittites or the Sumerians. I like that beard.
Oh, I do too. I love his beard. I think he's so handsome. But then,
well, thank you.
What's odd is his mom is named Debbie.
Yep.
And I think I kind of see him. I mean, he kind of sees me as a mom too. I'm not his only mom. He's got several moms now. Got her sisters, former ex-JW sisters.
So there's a lot of anorexia in JW land, and
oh yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see higher numbers than the Roman Catholic Church, because usually their priests take a group of boys on a boat or something, but there's so much one-to-one with the witnesses. I think it's a hazard to the boys. And ritual sacrifice, think of all the mothers that go into labor and the child needs a blood transfusion because of Rh factor and doesn't make it. So I just want to factor that sad thing in.
Yeah, and Eric's a hemophiliac. And
we discussed it.
Worried about that. He was worried about it. It comes in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Debbie and Pixie, I just wanted to tell the both of you, for Pixie to hear too, and in the audience, but one time I think there was a little argument in the comment section and of Debbie and someone else, and she said, "Who are you?" And she said, "I'm his mama." And I would like to confirm and back her up that she is my mama, adopted one, of course, but she shares my mother's name, but it's deeper than that. And I've told Debbie this before, that I wish that my mother was as cool as her, because Debbie is a very nice and kind woman. And I also like that she has a very critical thinking mind, and that she can make decisions for herself. And she escaped a cult. My mother will never escape this cult. She's a dumb woman. And I appreciate Debbie trying the best that she can, and I think she's a very good woman, and I would be proud for her to be my mom, and I don't know.
Thank you, Eric. I'm gonna cry now.
Well, I think I think the six screens unite people.
You said you were not coming back anymore on the other show. Don't leave. I mean,
Okay, I'll come back once in a while. I got some projects I got to do before the winter comes. I'll definitely.
okay, well, we love you. We don't.
Oh,
I don't want to lose you. I love you, Pixie.
Well, I'll drop in once in a while and tell a good joke. You have a good night, Debbie, and don't pick on yourself.
Okay,
Good night.
You, Pig. Good night. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate everything you said.
Well, thank you, Debbie. It's always good to have you on.
Well, I love you very much.
I love you too, honey. I do. You know, if it's one thing that Rick has something to offer us, and if those sisters happen to be listening, is that we have a community here. And when I before I was on six screens, I had maybe one guy on my phone, and that's about it. And you know, he was just an associate, but now I have friends that I never had before, just from being on this show maybe a year, or not being on it, but like just since I've been calling in, and then Rick gave me a show. But I think that we can outrise Watchtower with our love. And I think that's a huge point. And I don't want to. I just want to remind the audience too. It's been an emotional night with the sisters that came in and everything. But Linda did have some things that she wanted to talk about tonight too. So I don't want to take from that. And I don't know where she's at, if she's ready to.
I'm not, because I haven't been able to charge up my tablet yet. So I'm going to get it off of the tablet or else my computer. So I'd probably be able to do that in a half an hour or so.
Okay, so we'll just
for opening up the space for it.
Yeah, yeah. We'll keep in communication with each other. You know.
Sure. You know, Debbie, your father being an elder, you know, he didn't clue you in on many things that, you know, probably would have been helpful to clue you in on. But that side, you know, when I think about him, I think about that side of him that was loyal to the organization, and how they're trained, the elders are trained that this is all confidential, they can't tell anybody. But what I do remember about your father is when your son could get a blood transfusion, he took you in a closet and said, let him have the blood. Let him have the blood. And to me, that was a moment that was like, wow, you know, wow.
Yeah, that was a big shock.
Mm-hmm. For you to have to hear.
And that's also when I found out about the pedophilia really being rampant in the whole organization. And I had been a victim of it myself. And I remember I found a copy of a letter in my dad's office where he had written a letter to my abuser and forgave him for destroying his daughter's life because I kept trying to commit suicide. And I got angry about that. I was like, how dare you forgive that man? He never asked for forgiveness. He never admitted he did anything wrong. He blamed me for my own rape. And nothing happened to him at the Kingdom Hall, but I got publicly reproved. And then, of course, I wanted to die, and I had two little kids even then, that I was so mad at my dad for forgiving him. But then I figured later on, he had to do that for himself.
And we women were considered property. We were considered property of the men. So before we became a wife, we were the property of our fathers, you know? Then once we became married, we were property of our husbands, right?
Bob Roberts, what the heck? Sorry.
No, that's you know, how we women are thought of.
I'm glad we're not slaves like that anymore.
Within the Watchtower, though, we were, and I'm glad we're not either. That's That's like the days before suffrage, you know? And our freedom outside of this organization does not have to look like that anymore. But it's also understandable, much like the sisters from the last show were talking about, why certain people will just follow along with what they're informed to do. And it looks like they're allowing themselves to be a victim, but when in actuality, they have been groomed and trained, and it has been inculcated into their brains that they are to do as this person in this position tells them to do. And that person in that position, what they are doing is abusing their placement of power and authority. It's an abuse of power and authority. It's you know, that's what they're doing to their victims. So
Brought out earlier that if a child is molested or raped, they don't go tell them because that person is going to say, "I'm going to hurt your mom," or something. And I know that even though.
Hey, Debbie.
What?
I don't mean to interrupt you. This is Eric. I just want to let Linda know what happened. My finger slipped and I ended the call by accident, or the StreamYard, and Rick can't put me back in, so I have to do it by the phone.
Okay, thank you for telling me. Yeah.
So, just letting you know, I'm still here, but it'll just be audio.
Okay, I appreciate that.
My phone is so dang sensitive, and I have issues with it. It's always on my end. Sorry about that.
I know you mentioned that if you leave one page and go to another one, you can't get back to this page where the StreamYard is.
And to like scroll through it, and then like my thumb slipped and hit the backspace button, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So I just leave it alone and not touch it.
But it's a smartphone, and it's really fun to touch stuff on a smartphone. Let me go back to that place.
Yeah, it's my mess up. Sorry, y'all. But anyways, we'll just deal with it.
It happened.
I'm here, though.
Cool. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, this is Rick. Did you want to come back in again on the screen?
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I got to learn not to mess around with it. Yeah, I'll come back in then.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on back in. I'll put you back up. Yeah.
All right, buddy.
So, you know, Debbie was talking about a perpetrator that did go back to prison, and the elders went there and did the Sunday meeting with them. By law, they have the right to have this. By law, everybody that's in a prison has the right to have their a spiritual representation of their church there, and they get that right to be able to show up someplace that's you know, JW's or whatever it is, you know. So that's something that prisoners have rights to. Just thought I'd let you know that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay, now I'm at the bottom, and you're at the full screen. What the hell, Rick? Oh, there I am. Okay.
Doing. I never liked the attention. There we go.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's my mess up. My bad, everyone.
How is it your mess up?
Oh, because I canceled out of my thing by accident.
Oh. Okay. Okay. No, the way that the screen is being switched around right now, Rick is doing that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
But yeah.
Let's just turn on it.
Did somebody say something?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Was somebody there? You got something to say?
Oh, sorry, that was Stephanie. I was talking to my Alexa. Terribly sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Wow, tonight got.
Everybody ought to know that this Sunday is tomorrow, Sixth Green Sunday, and it's Theocratic activity, and it's very encouraging to come on and listen. And we have First Knowing God, and then Rick has the JW World News again, and then in the afternoon we have the Christian Court, and that's really a good show. And then that's with Jay and usually Scott, and they're both I can't think of the name, what they're called, where they know everything about.
Right.
Anyway, and then there's Jay Hess, and he takes a lot of questions that people have from the Bible, and you know, we couldn't ask questions when we were in the congregation Jehovah's Witnesses, but we can ask questions on here, and it's really, I really enjoy it, and I learn a whole lot, and I just wanted to encourage everybody to come join us on. I mean, I'm not part of the Six Screens. Well, Rick does everything. Just saying, I haven't heard him mention it tonight.
Did you call it Theocratic?
Sunday, and it's only every other Sunday. So.
Correct. Did you call it something Theocratic involving Sixth Screen Sunday?
Yeah, it's the Sixth Screen Sunday. You know, on Saturdays we don't talk about theocratic things, the Bible and things like that. But every other Sunday, I just say it's our Theocratic Sunday because it's all about theocratic things. You know, the Bible.
Okay. Theocratic, theocracy is a government ruled by God.
All the time now. We read every other Sunday now. It's our reading.
So if you're in a group that calls themselves a theocracy, you're in a group that claims to be a government that is ruled by God. So just like, that's all I wanted to say. I think I'll stop there. Oh my God. I think it's just a kind of a habit thing that we have been trained to say.
What Debbie's trying to say is on Saturday night, this is Rick here at the Six Screens. And on Saturday night, we don't get into scripture too much. We don't really discuss it at all. But on Sunday, I mean, let's face it. I mean, being one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and of course, most of us are out now listening into the program, you know, there's got to be biblical questions. I mean, I don't know why people were wanting to be Jehovah's Witnesses in the first place. I mean, I went there to learn about the Bible and learn about God. So, you know, many people have questions on theocracy. So we discuss it on Sunday. We discuss the scriptures. We have a number of great programs, and they're really gaining a lot of traction. So that's what we do on Sunday. But we don't bring it up on Saturday because it just rubs people in the wrong way. But we do discuss on Sunday. So if people are wanting to come on and discuss theology and the scriptures, well, my goodness gracious, we have some really smart people coming on Sunday. So we invite people to come in. Yep.
Okay. So, yeah. I hope you understand why I said what I said. If I show up at any gathering that calls themselves a theocracy or any ministry.
Nobody's calling it, Linda, nobody's calling themselves a theocracy. We talk about theology on the Six Queens on Sunday. That's what we do. That's what we do.
And that's what I've always seen it as.
Yeah. So it's not, nobody's trying to force anybody. Nobody's trying to push somebody into something. But if people are that way disposed and they want to learn more about it, the opportunity is there. I think it's a great thing.
I think it is a great thing.
Yeah, you know, even for myself, you know, I don't always want to preach to, but there are a few shows that I do like on Sunday, and I listen to, you know, for sure. Even it doesn't really come off preachy for the most part. Not compared to some other people that might have some YouTube channels out there.
Well, we have one program that is really, I mean, it's blowing the socks off a lot of the programs. In fact, it's the fourth most listened to program that we have here on the Six Screens. We have 18 programs. And when I look at here, I mean, you know, I run the network, I started the network. And when I look at here, I mean, how do you really judge a program is being well received? You look at the numbers. I mean, seriously. I mean, in even in the real world, and Fox Network and NBC and CBS, they can only look at numbers. Numbers is the deciding factor. And when I see numbers coming in, we have a program on Sunday with Anne Marie, and this program is heading to the moon. I'm serious. This woman is doing a fantastic job. So that's going really good. We got the Christian Court program. That's the only program that we have here on the Six Screens that's crossing over. It's not only connecting with Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's connecting with the Christian world. People want to hear these thoughts that are brought up on the Christian Court. So we got some really good programming. And if people don't join in on Sunday, I really feel that, you know, they're not really getting the full import of what the Six Screens have to offer people. But Six Screen Sunday, it's not listened to. I mean, we have 10 times more people coming on Saturday night. I can understand that. But I wish we could get more people in on Sunday. It's not, look, we don't push stuff in your face. We don't try to shove stuff down your throat. It's just a great program. In fact, I'll tell you what, of all the different programs we do, I spend more time putting together programs for the Six Screens on Sunday than you would ever believe. We got Cochise Pendleton now. He's a man that wrote the book, The Bible versus the Watchtower. He's got a program with us as well. So you're missing out a lot. I mean, if people don't listen on Sunday, I mean, I'm going to tell you, I mean, you're missing out a lot of what you really could really learn about the Watchtower.
Yeah, you know, Rick, the Anne Marie's show is really good. And when she had Linda on, that was a really good show to hear about, because she lets everybody tell their story, and it's good to know everybody's story, you know. And I think it's an excellent show. Like, even if you all don't want to get into the Bible too much, you always like tune into Anne Marie's show, because it's not necessarily, you know, just give it a chance, because it's encouraging, and it's encouraging to hear other people's stories.
Yeah, and thank you, Eric, for saying that. But you know what always bothered me? It really does. In fact, it's one of the things I lose sleep on at night is, you know, all these people that have been Jehovah's Witnesses, and they all went to the meetings and learned about Jehovah. And even though it was a bunch of craziness that they were teaching, you know, what happens is when they leave the Watchtower, they leave God behind. And I have to say that, you know, I'm not trying to preach to you, but I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense to me. Why throw the baby out with the bathwater? You know, when I was a little kid, my mother taught me about God, and I've always believed in God. I don't know what people do if they can't believe in God. I don't know what happens when they suffer tragedy, of a loss, or a loved one of theirs dies. I have no idea how they deal with it, but I'm glad I have a contract with Jesus, because I'll tell you what, I can just feel comfort. Not to speak when people die, that's not comforting, but at least I know that, you know, they're well being taken care of. And that makes me feel better. So that's why I'm glad I have a contract with Jesus. But not everyone wants to do it. There's only two roads to get on. And, you know, God's not going to punish you. He makes the sun come up every day for people that don't believe in him. He makes a good day for everybody. But if people want to live after this world, and I'm glad that I have that hope. Not everybody does, but I'm glad I have the hope that, you know, there's something after this. And I can remember even being one of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I called on a door on a man, and he said, he came right to he opened the door. He said, "Sir," he says, "I don't want to talk to you. I am an atheist." And maybe I was a little flippant, But I said, well, you know what happens to atheists when they die, sir? He says, what happens to atheists? And I says, well, they're all dressed up and they have nowhere to go.
Place to go.
But I have somewhere to go, and I'm glad of it. I feel good about it.
I like that. Oh my goodness, that was great.
Hey, I just remembered what I was trying to say a minute ago. Scott and Jay are Bible scholars. That's the word I was
There it
looking
is, scholars, yes.
Apologists, but the Knowing God program, Scott and Jody, they're Christian apologists. And
Okay.
I've heard that forever, but I really don't understand what an apologist is. I mean, are they
A defender of the faith?
Are they apologizing for something?
No, it comes from the Greek word that goes with apologetics. It's a way of thinking and presenting. It comes from the Greek.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Hey, Linda.
Yes.
In The Handmaid's Tale, they have a theocracy. Have you?
Thank you.
That's on YouTube now. They'll read it to you.
Say that again?
Have a theocracy named Gilead.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So you will enjoy it because it's on YouTube now. If you just key in Handmaid's Tale, and there is a free audiobook on there, and it's something else. And the writer, she was a writer for television in the 50s when women weren't advancing in the executive part of TV. She was writing early 1950s TV. So this is not her first thing. And when I first read it, I thought, she's got to know some things about New York.
Mm-hmm. And I hope you understand why I brought up this word theocracy. When you, Debbie, was saying theocratic, that's a term we were used to saying, but I just wanted to put it out there what the definition of theocracy is, because this organization didn't become a theocracy until Rutherford took over. Then he deemed it a theocracy after he got out of prison. But there's many ways that this organization is a reflection or almost an imitation of the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church sees themselves as a theocracy as well. So in both of these cases, with the organization and with the Catholic Church, so what they're saying is they are part of God's government. So that's what they're claiming, that God's government is the ruler of that church. So the organization put theocratic in front of everything, and it just confirms that it's, run by the government of God of the Bible.
Right. In Handmaid's Tale, there's two groups of women. There's the elders' wives who don't have children, and there's the other women that do.
Wow.
It's the book is a wow.
Did you see the mini-series?
I saw part of the mini-series, but I really, really like the book. And from the first paragraph of that book, I said, she knows New York in the way that we kind of know it. She had to. Especially
I kind of was
Gilead.
When she's talking about Gilead. That really,
Yep.
Isn't that
a quick comment?
Oh,
Subject real quick.
I mean, I watched the whole thing, but it still gave me the creep. And I kept thinking, God, could this happen again? Like you said, the women that didn't have kids, and the women were there just to have the men to have sex with, to keep having children, and then the elders' wives would take the babies away from the women that gave birth to them, and it was just evil. But didn't it kind of make you like go on the inside?
Well, listen on YouTube to the book, and it sounds so witnessy. It's like, how did she know? So she's from New York. I'll miss staying up late with you, Linda, but put a Brelly in your drink. Good night.
I've actually got that on my list on Amazon to order them. I think Eric had something he wanted to say.
Oh, it wasn't important. I didn't. The conversation went more serious to what I was going to say, so I backed down.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the book's free on YouTube. They'll read it. They'll read it to you, Linda, because I know you liked the audio book. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for reminding me of that. I do have it on. I do have a playlist with that. That book.
I just had a quick question. The lady earlier talked about the religious order of Jehovah's Witnesses. In all of your research, have you ever run across that term?
Yes,
Do
sir.
you know exactly what that means?
Yes, sir.
I've
I
ran
do.
across it, but I can't tell you I know exactly what it means, and where I've run across it mainly is on.
I've known many members of it, and it was instigated or put into work or contract or whatever it was in about, I want to say 1980 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And your circuit overseers are in that subset.
Okay.
Okay.
So the circuit overseers and above are in the religious order?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Okay.
And so and like something that was arranged for legal reasons and lawsuits. Is that where?
Well, I don't know. That's literally above where I'm sitting, but I do know that it was for those executives. You know, that those traveling guys are all in it. That much I know. And I remember when they did it. I think it was about 1980.
Okay. Thanks, Pixie.
Because it wasn't it wasn't in the 50s or 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was talk of that vow of poverty. Because it's a religious order.
Well, I tell you, this just like
Pixie, you're on to something, because they call themselves the Order in their hidden documents.
Okay. Yeah, let me finish. I met a Zen monk who was a writer. I found him very attractive, and then he told me he was a Zen monk. And I said, well, I'm a woman. Can you talk to me? He says, yeah, we can talk about writing. And I says, well, where do you live? Do you live near here? And he says, I live in upstate New York. It's zoned for monasteries.
Yes.
That's interesting.
So they have a tax. It would be a religious tax benefit for that. And then, of course, they have a vow of poverty, but of course, we all know they get catered food and suit allowance and clothing allowance and allowances for beautiful watches and silk ties and all the things that the people shopping in the thrift stores don't have.
Right.
And then my question is, how many countries do they have again? And I'll just let you think about that.
Okay.
If the problem's in one country, is it in the other countries too? If the benefits are in one country, are they in the other countries too? I don't know.
Yeah, amazing.
It is pretty amazing. It's big.
It is. Absolutely. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, all.
Well, we got a little dead air. Apostle Babe, did you want to bring anything up? If you need a few more minutes, I can bring a quick point up and just let just.
Please do. I'm looking this up now. Yeah,
okay.
Please do.
All right. This will just be really quick, and there's no video for this one. Well, there is a video out there for it, but I'm not going to play it. But I'll just paraphrase, or actually, I'm going to quote what John Ekron said for a talk that he did on a new talk on the video on jw.org, and it's called "Lovers of Money," which is kind of like ironic since that they are lovers of money. And when when you hear what I read out loud, all you have to think of is that they're self-projecting, and this is them. It says, once a religion is run by lovers of money, they are no longer lovers of truth or God's word. Sermons are no longer about Bible truth. They are more about what people are willing to pay for. People are even told that they can buy God's forgiveness. Basically, you can bribe God not to punish you. You've done bad, or wait, I got this wrong. Basically, you can bribe God not to punish you for the bad that you have done. God is going to punish you, so give me money, is what he says. That's the mentality of the church in this world, that God will forgive you. This scam and variations of it have a long history. And I'm like, gee, coming from the guy that, like, was it Gaius Glockington, who talks with an Austrian accent and says, if you would like to be a friend with Jehovah and Jesus, wouldn't you donate your money? I mean, come on. Like, what is the difference of what they're saying?
I don't know.
What's the difference? I don't see it. I don't know what they're. Do they not see themselves? It just feels like self-projection. They're projecting of who they are to us through that testimony. You know. What do you think? Or anybody else that has anything to say? Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Hi, this is Hitley. I hope I
Hiya.
didn't come too late. Hi. Well, I was gonna let you guys finish because I was gonna say something in conjunction with that about what was on Reddit.
Okay, go ahead.
With the donations, and I was I always tell Rick and some others about what's going on with Reddit. And it was saying that one person from Reddit had said something about apparently the donations are as important to the websites for the JW Broadcasting and Watchtower libraries. And they're also saying that there's so much money being given to the organization, a whole bunch. And I have to agree with what you're saying, Eric. Is Eric, that's you, right?
Yeah, that's me.
That's hi. What you're saying is that they are saying that, trying to say that, well, if you're going to give money, you're going to be, closer to God in your relationship and all this other kind of mess and everything. And they're saying that this is what the organization wants, and that's what we should do, and it's gonna make it even better for the witnesses. And there's some other people. Let's see. They're saying that there's a lot of money for the that they're putting in for the donations. That they're putting in for the conventions, and they're putting in for new properties being built and everything else. And then there was one person asked, well, what about the new world? All these other things, they're having all this money that they're saying is for the kingdom effort and everything. But what about the new system? Is the new system or the new world going to be coming in? What about that? And they're still asking for money so they could build this and set up that and everything, from what I'm gathering from all the comments. So,
yeah.
I click on Reddit today. But I agree with what you're saying, that they're making it seem like, this is going to be better for you with your so-called relationship with God, is a giving more money.
Yeah, in fact, what you're talking about, sister, I've been doing a lot of research into the daily text, and there's and I know I'm repeating myself like Linda does with her rhetoric too when she introduces herself to the show, but they keep indoctrinating us in the daily text, and the main theme of it is donate, because they use the widow scripture all the time. The main theme is disfellowship is okay, and what is the other one? Forgive your brother. I'm noticing all this, and I've got a friend of mine that's a part of Six Screens, and he's when he gets the time to do it, he might help me and use AI to see what the main theme of the daily text is, so I don't have to go through 12 months of brutal reading, but I'm willing to do it if I have to. But I'm noticing patterns. It's nothing about God anymore. It's just about control. That's another thing. Obedience. That's the big one too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's
that's why everybody said they noticed too that that's been like the theme of the conventions and all the other publications is just mainly, donate.
Mm-hmm.
Donate, give your money, donate. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
and
all I
everything
wanted
is
to.
about appealing to emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is emotion. It's all these emotional videos, emotional music, and that gives the game away. That lets you know right there that they can't teach from a position of theology. They can only appeal to emotions. And I'm sure, Eric, the quote that you read, I'm sure that if you go back and look at Watchtower literature, they probably talk about religion that just appeal to the emotions, how they can't teach. And they don't appeal to people if they don't have music and video. And of course, now they do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I thought I would just give a little shout out to John Marciano in the comment section. Stephen Lett, did he say there's more money coming out than coming in? Yes, he did. It kind of shows that there's a problem in this organization, and that they're not spending it properly. And who knows what's going to happen to this Ramapo project? I mean, I see it. All right. Let's say there's at the minimum 30 to 40% PMOs. That's not enough to get people to build this project, and they don't have enough money to hire professionals to do it. That's just my thought.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's an interesting way to look at it. I haven't looked at it that way.
Yeah, Ramapo is really, when you kind of think about it, Ramapo is a big gamble for them because they spend that amount of money and they move in there and people are steadily leaving. All they're going to do is produce videos, which is what they're doing now. And you have to ask the question, what did you gain out of moving here? What did that accomplish? What was the point? You basically just wasted money and you're not getting any money anyway. So why did you just stay where you were? Just keep trying to hold on to what you have. So it's a bit of a gamble. And I think, to be perfectly honest with you, I think they're nervous about pulling the trigger on that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Yeah, how many more lawsuits are coming down the pipe that you're going to be settling at 10, 20, 30, $40 million per lawsuit? You have no idea what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, whatever's going on in California, which I heard you guys talk about. I don't know anything about California. And that's just 2 states. What about the rest of the country, and then what about the rest of the world? So is now a good time to get involved with, I don't know how much Ramapo costs. I mean, is it $1 billion? I don't know. But it's now the time to get involved with a multi-year building project that costs $1 billion or whatever it costs. Seems to me it's bad funding from a business perspective, but we know, I don't know how Watchtower thinks, but it seems to me that they're getting cold feet, they're getting nervous, and that's why you don't hear anything about it.
Well, the thing is too, is that if they don't have the labor to do it, they're not going to be able to sustain it. You know, like if no one shows up, like, you know, if they don't have the laborers there, because like, all right, I'm just using the analogy of or example of the conventions right now. They're empty.
Mm-hmm.
Completely. They're half. So if they have half the workers, how are they going to get it done? That's just looking at it in that kind of mentality.
Exactly. No, you're totally right.
That's true. A lot of young people. There's a lot of young people not at the assembly. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to chime in that there's very few young people in the organization now, and there's very few young people, you know, volunteering. So how are they going to get stuff done?
Exactly. See, this whole discussion that we're having about Rambo really gives us the Watchtower does not even believe the BS that comes out of their mouth. You got Stephen Lett with his "you're in the last day of the last hour of the last nanosecond" and all of that stuff that he said. He's trying to right around and get involved in a multi-year building project. Now, if you truly believe that the end was nanoseconds away, you just stay put. Why would you bother getting and building anything? You stay put. The army get no time before the things even finish. So what's the point? You stay where you are. Or if you felt like, no, we have to do this, then why wouldn't you say, we'll just pay contractors and construction companies to do this? You friends, you just get out there and you keep preaching and teaching because the end is upon us. No, they don't do any of that. What do? Oh, the end is right around the corner. Well, while we wait, you guys keep giving us money and then come and volunteer for this multi-year building project. How would you have a multi-year building project when the end is a nanosecond away? They don't even believe what they're teaching. It's obvious. They know they're going to be here 4, 5, 6 years from now, or at least if there's no Armageddon. They know that. It's amazing when you sit down and think how silly you have to be to sit there and have an organization tell you the end is in a millisecond, but at the same time tell you, oh, but please keep your goodness for this small thing. It's insanity.
They can put a new spin on things too. That they're building that centre in Australia at the Bethel. That's a recreation, so-called, of the Bible lands that they can do. Theme, you know, some sort of movie about Jesus' life where they've got these actors. Some dude's going to be acting as Jesus and all that. Part of their spin with that was it might actually be used in the new system to educate people that are resurrected. That's the BS line they spun on that one. Like, so therefore, you know, it's okay to keep funding these projects because they're going to be used in the new system. But don't worry about you ever building anything because average Joe doesn't need anything in the new system.
Hey, Tim, it's Eric.
Yeah.
Isn't it ridiculous? Could you let's just even if there's some people that don't believe in the Bible out there, let's just pretend. Could you imagine the governing nobodies are gonna tell, and right anyways, right there in heaven, right? Because I don't get it, but anyways, they're gonna tell Moses and Ezekiel and Daniel and Isaiah what to do with themselves when they have never been with God. And what the Bible says is that they have been with God. So they would. I almost picture one of them giving him the middle finger and be like, "What the heck do you know?" You know, how about Job? How about someone like Job? Job went through hell and back. Come on, you're gonna tell Job what to do with himself? He's gonna be like, "I'm pretty sure I know God better than you."
That's what Splain was trying to say. Splain was actually trying to say they were going to be telling Moses and David, you know, he's like, oh,
yeah,
wait a minute, David, don't circumcise that child or some bullshit that he was going on with. And that was such a cringy video when I heard that. I was just thinking, yeah, right, you know. You know what the real thing of them, the reality of it's going to be is they're more like the people that you know, Jesus returns, like, I mean, without preaching here, but Jesus, you know, they said, Lord, didn't we do this in your name? And Jesus looks at them and says, get away from me, you workers of lawlessness. That's that's how any such scenario would roll out, in my opinion.
Tim and Linda, are you guys aware that in their literature, they actually have illustrations in the Watchtower that show them teaching men with beards like myself, and they're like teaching them on like screens and shit. Like,
yes, I've seen them. Yes.
You've seen it, yeah.
Why are those men allowed to have beards? Like
Good question.
They're probably going to get schooled and make sure they get shaven like Judge Rutherford.
Oh.
You know, there's something that the gentleman just brought up. Let's say you have resurrected individuals. So let's say you have all those characters from the Hebrew Bible. They're going to come up and they're going to, of course, we don't know what language they speak, but let's say that they spoke Hebrew. And then they got a copy of the oldest manuscripts that these Bible translations are supposed to be based on. They would look at that and say, wait a minute, mate, you got this all wrong. This means this, that word means that never happened. Yeah, that would be the funniest thing in the world. That would be like an artist coming back to life to tell you, no, this painting doesn't mean what all you people think it means. It means this. All it is a horse's ass. It's not the Mona Lisa at all. That would be the funniest thing in the world, to be there and hear the accurate representation of what's supposed to be in the Bible. That would be fascinating.
Well, it's likely because those old languages didn't have punctuation and a lot of things like that, or vowels. I thought Hebrew didn't have vowels and Greek didn't have punctuation, and that's where witnesses used to add punctuation to stuff. You know, that one that they say the word was with, or something like that. You know, the word was with God. I think they changed around something like that so it doesn't sound. They twist the Bible to
the word was
doctrine.
The word was with God, and the word was God. Translation.
Yeah.
To your point.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah, so, and they just.
But imagine the top question. Oh, we're Jehovah's Witness. Who's Jehovah? Who's that?
Well, I mean, he wasn't
Never heard of
in the New Testament.
Wasn't even in there. That's my point. If you talk to Moses or Daniel and you say, "Oh, tell us about Jehovah," who's that? We don't know that guy. Yeah, hilarious.
It's just a stab in the dark at the correct pronunciation of the original name. So it's a guess, and it's not in the Greek, the New Testament at all, and they just added it correct, you know, to suit their translation. It's like, if you want to translate it, do it correctly, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. And that's what was so amazing. We talked about this in the show earlier today. It even says someplace in Watchtower publications that the name Jehovah was first used by a Latin Catholic monk or something in either the 12th or 13th century, while simultaneously saying that Jehovah is God's name and that it has always been in the Bible. And this is exactly what Jackson said. They took it out, we put it back. It came into use in the 12th or 13th centuries by a Catholic monk. They are the masters of spin.
Yes. And well, they were the masters of spin, but now that you hear their videos, you just cringe at listening to them. So to us, it's like it's not spin; it's just pure BS. But maybe to the people that are indoctrinated, still they can still buy some of what they're saying. But I can't even listen. I can't even listen to a video of someone like Splain or Let or all of them. It's just so annoying and triggering. You have to turn it off. You always bring it straight back. The governing body this, or Jehovah's organization. It's the governing, like, you know, they're Jehovah. You know, I thought God was supposed to be Jehovah, but they are Jehovah. And I mean, even if people aren't religious, if their blasphemy is next level. Like to say we are the voice of Jesus, or your salvation depends on listening to us. That is like, I think we might have been comparing them to the Catholic Church. A lot of the witness stuff is a mini version of what the Catholic Church has actually claimed with the papacy and a lot of their rules, but the commonplace Catholic isn't aware of it. And the commonplace, the Catholic religion, I'll give them a little bit of leeway. At least they're not micromanaged at every level, whereas witnesses, everything is uniform. It's like the perfect communist style of religion, and they just like they are like the Catholics in that way. Jesus said he is the way and the truth and the life, not the person that's trying to substitute themselves in his place.
Exactly.
Can you believe? Hey, Tim, can you believe we have the audacity to call ourselves the truth? You're right, because what you just said of that scripture, Jesus is the truth, and it's like, can you believe that we ever called ourselves the truth, and when we're the lie?
It's such a misnomer. It really is. I mean, we just thought it was normal, but yeah, looking back, it's just it really is rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, go to the website and look at that whole section on beliefs clarified. So on one side of Watchtower's mouth, we have the truth. And then here on the website, this is all the stuff that we got wrong. Go make sense out of that.
I've never looked on that website, but I do listen a little bit on Bible theology these days. And it's just amazing. Like, what is wrong with them that they have to have a definitive answer to everything rather than just say, look, we don't understand what this says. This is our idea, but we're open to discussion. That would be a normal way to approach things. But no, it's a closed case their way on every single thing. And that's one thing I found as a kid with the Revelation book. And they were saying, this part of Revelation is referring to the governing body when they were jailed back in 1918. And even to me then, I was thinking, that just can't be. The Bible's not going to waste time talking about some little group in the future. Some dudes got jailed and then they were released a few. You know what I mean? It's just such nonsense.
Yeah. Totally. I was thinking, there's something that's always bothered me. And I talked about the Revelation book numerous times because I was the reader for the 2 times I've studied it. But there's a whole section kind of towards the back that I think when it talks about the enmity between the North and the South. And I'm an IT professional. And when I was doing my personal study of that material before the actual book study, when they still had book study. And it was just so obvious that they had completely just copied and pasted out of some kind of a history book or encyclopedia or something, because the tone was completely different. Everything, it was so obvious that this was just pulled from someplace else and literally pasted in here to give credence to their concept of the North versus the South, and at one point it was Germany, and then at another point it was whatever, and then there was this war, and then the North and the South kept flip-flopping back and forth. And they literally just copied out of some encyclopedia, and I never bothered to take the time, because I guarantee you, all you'd have to do is type a couple of sentences from that section into Google, and the book that it actually came out of will probably come right up. I bet you $1 billion. But it just occurred to me when I read that all they're doing is they're just stealing other people's stuff and putting it into their book, and then making us think, isn't this wonderful, this spiritual feeding program from God? When you ripped it off from whatever Funkin' Wagnall's encyclopedia, let's just make it up. Did anybody else see that? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, well, they cherry pick their stuff. What was I going to say? So they're masters of like copying people's material, taking people's quotes out of context, attributing a quote to someone to support their view, even if that person actually had other views in real life. And that generally, if they have a certain belief in one area, they researched, because I listened to a guy that was a writer for the Watchtower talking about it, and he was saying that if you had a predetermined idea, which they do, then you look for things to support that view, rather than, have an open discussion on the whole thing and approach it from all angles. They approach it from the angle that they want to project in their literature, and they only research around that, and most likely, like what you're saying, they've just found that somewhere and just put it straight in their book. But since those days, they've kind of laid off talking about the UN as much. Since the Revelation book, they stopped talking about the UN completely, it seems, unless it's in a good context. And yeah, well, watching a few videos on it, recently someone was talking about not only from them joining the UN, but they sent a Gilead class to the UN, to the building, to tour it, and also had favourable references of the UN in their in a lot of their articles, just so they could join the UN, which they did, as you know. And then they disbanded. But I just read, it's kind of an interesting. There's a lady that sometimes comments in these chats the other day, and she's got a channel. I'll just tell you what it is right now. Just a moment. It's called Christiane. That's her username, and she's got a channel, and she showed a little interesting video. I mean, I like to kind of have things verified, but that it was like a hidden camera kind of a guy. And he brings up to the witness elders that are talking to him that why did the witnesses join the UN and all that. And they actually said to him, they're still involved with the UN. And they kind of were explaining why. And then Christiane goes to show on in that video that they just had a different corporation name join the UN after that anyway. And it's listed, I think her reference was from 2003. So what that seems to suggest is that their whole leaving the joining of UN as an NGO was just staged anyway, just to shut the witnesses up, but they really just rejoined under different corporation names.
I have to completely agree with you because I don't know, maybe I'm going a little above what you're saying.
They joined like the European version of the UN directly, because I believe it was last year that there was an ex-witness who had been trying to get in front of that body and speak against Watchtower, and they finally granted him time to do that. And lo and behold, as he's up there talking about child pedophilia and other issues with Watchtower, who's in the audience? Jeffrey Jackson, representing Watchtower. That's a European version, almost like a sister organization of the United Nations. I can't comment on whether they've rejoined under a different corporation. That I don't. But the reason why they stopped making all the negative, reason why they stopped making all the negative comments that they used to make, and all you have to do is get the revelation. They use the most vile language imaginable against the United Nations and against the Roman Catholic Church. Because once you join the UN, you become an NGO, and so you basically are kind of taking on what the UN stands for. So you have to write positive things. So they just stopped on the dime with all the vitriolic language and now they started writing positive things, and then you hardly ever heard anything else about them with the entire 9, almost 10 years they were part of it.
The most recent thing I heard them say was about a year ago, and they literally said the UN has similar goals to us, about the Earth being peaceful or something like that. And I was thinking, really, obviously, you don't know the UN and Agenda 2030 and the think tanks that are driving the UN. But that shows how shallow their geopolitical knowledge of what goes on in the world, and that's why it's laughable when they comment about North and the South. They don't even teach the true history of the world. Theirs is just like a school version, and if you go to school, you'll think, okay, Germany was against, in World War II, Germany was against Britain, kind of that's how it started. But if you learn about actual history and about the people that were funding those wars, they were on the same side. They were just playing off two teams against each other. Like, you have to understand world politics is heading. You have to research the past of it and what's going on behind the political scene, who funds governments, who writes policy for governments and all that sort of thing. You can't just look at the surface level and say, Russia is bad because they, that's what the news does, but they'll give you no context. And when you see how, another thing that's controversial, but I think their research into the jab and all of that, it's like, and the whole COVID thing, like they treated it was like it was, like it was a massive ordeal. Did you research both sides of the story with that? No, you just ran with the stupid mainstream media version, and not only did you run with it, you preached it.
Well, hey,
to the point where they were.
Hey, Tim, I couldn't agree with you more with what you're saying. Because I know that Russia looks like the bad guy, and on top of it, it's not cool what they're doing to Jehovah's Witnesses, like the prison sentences and the torturing. However, I understand where they're coming from. They do not want radical people in their country, and they want a nation of strong family, and because they know that's what makes a strong nation. If you have a strong family function or family situation, and they see that the Jehovah's Witnesses are radicals, they're extremists, and they don't want that in their country. And maybe they're handling it wrong, which I know they are. But at the same time, you could see why they don't want them in their country, and you can see why some of these problems with Ukraine. This war, we have to look back to our original world wars, right? Both sides or all sides of the war were funded by the same people. Basically. And so history repeats itself, and we have to wonder where this is all coming from, all this conflict.
Yeah, it all pushes forward their agenda for their world government. They created the League of Nations out of the First World War, but it didn't succeed to create their peaceful utopia. Now, the Second World War, they created the United Nations. That was set up by the Rockefeller Foundation, funded. They're the ones that still write policy for it. And that's why they want a third world war. It benefits the people at the top. There's no... People think that the buck stops with the president or countries it's not like that. They're like third tier. It's controlled from above that. So no matter who's in presidency, they make sure that everything runs their way. And it's not even a conspiracy theory. There's so much information out there if people look in the right places, books that verify that. And not only that, at this point in time, they're literally saying everything out aloud anyway. It's only in the last few years the World Economic Forum's come to light, and people, if they want to research the talking points as to where they want to steer the world, it's not in a good place. And all these narratives that happen, it serves their agenda. So everything is on track for 2030, how they want it to be. The whole COVID thing, that was... Again, going back to the Rockefellers, it was back in 2003 that they created the lockstep document, which created that scenario of COVID. That was like their future event, one of four possible scenarios of where the world was going to go, and they make sure the world goes in that direction. And I mean, that's why it's kind of annoying to hear the witnesses.
Hey Tim, was it the Rockefellers
talking points?
Hey Tim, was it the Rockefellers that infiltrated the education system?
Yeah, so yeah, you can even find those videos on YouTube that will break it.
It's been a while since I've researched this. I remember reading something like that.
Yeah, they did. They standardized it because they saw in Europe in the late 1800s that you could change a whole generation's viewpoint if you controlled their education system. And so where the one generation was very hostile and would fight you, if you taught the schools, by the time the next generation come through, that they were very, the viewpoint had changed. So they realized then the education system was very powerful. They standardized it, took it to America, and that was mainly to create office workers and people that were smart but not too smart to rise above, so that they've got the worker ants needed for their big industries. And that's kind of how it was. I mean, it's a little bit different in this day and age. People can educate themselves, but the education system themselves in all Western countries at least is standardized to a point where they don't teach you much critical thinking. If you're a child, for example, if you're a child at school that asks questions and you disagree with the teacher, you're seen as a troublemaker, and that's the mentality they bring you up with, where you're not a troublemaker, you want to learn. You're just getting like the Watchtower, you're getting told one version of history and you're getting told not to question anything. And that's happening more so now than ever. Climate change. You're a science denier, but okay, you can't look at the opposing science to climate change. You're a COVID denier, but they won't allow you to look at the opposing science. It's ridiculed on every level. Media being controlled. You can't be a person and put out your own ideas if you work for a media company. That's why Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox.
Tim, I always thought that yeah, okay, maybe the Earth's getting hotter, fine. But is that really the issue? Because wouldn't the real issue be if we were in an ice age, which has happened on this planet?
Yeah.
I mean, the scientists are saying being hot isn't really that big of a deal, compared to what an ice age would do.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, and they don't even care about the actual temperature. It's just controlling the energy.
I believe it, because they want the resources. They want the resources for themselves.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So it's always about control, and plus they made and this is a disturbing factor of the UN and the policy. It's depopulation, because these so-called smartest guys in the world have got to the point where they think the Earth is overpopulated, and that you have to selectively work out ways to get rid of the population. So, whether it's through slow poisoning in your food and medicines, so that people die off earlier, whether it's abortion, regardless on your viewpoint of abortion, that stops more kids coming into the world.
Hey, Tim, did you know? Hey, Tim, did you know that Kamala Harris, our vice president of this country, she said that she mentioned population control in a speech. I think it was a slip. Did you know that?
No, I didn't hear her. I mean,
no, it's there. It's all over the media. She said it. She's like, and we need to do this and that, and if we get population control down, and I'm like, oh, woof. These people can't even hide what their agenda is on us, Tim, and the audience.
No, and Bill Gates is a classic. He's made out to be a hero, but he's been into these this Planned Parenthood and anything to get the population down. And then you're a conspiracy theorist if you say that he wants people dead. But it's just fact. That's how the mentality of these people, they're brought up so privileged to think that. I suppose it's like those old books that used to talk about we're just useless, like meat bags or useless eaters. what are they to do with us in the future? Dumb us down, put us on drugs and video games. That comes from that guy from the World Economic Forum, Noah Yuval Harari. He's got a lot to say about the future of the world, and yeah, their idea is that it's going to get to the point where they can pretty much replace all human jobs with AI, because of the way technology is going, and they can phase out humans with their jobs, and you know, people is what's putting out carbon when you breathe, and they just don't like carbon life forms anymore. That's the reality of it anyway, you know.
Yeah, you know what? I can't remember where I watched this, but I learned about the carbon, footprint, or the carbon issue, and everything that's going on. And I think it was somebody that came on Joe Rogan's show, and you can take that as you want it, but he made up a really good point. And for somebody who has been in auto body for about 16, 17 years, I can attest to this, that they're talking about brake dust, and that the oil that's being burned is not nearly as bad as the brake dust going in the environment. And they said, think about all the brake dust they have to clean off your rims all the time, and then what about everything that's going up in the air? And that's like, what, I don't know what is it? It's probably not asbestos, but I don't know what it's made of. But it's not healthy, and I'm not a professional on this, but I know that stuff cakes up. I was an auto body painter, and I worked on Highline cars, and if I had to paint a rim, I hated it because it's a bullshit job, and you got to get all that crap off. And I know that's going in the air. And you know what? It makes sense that that's causing part of the problem too. So if we switch to electric cars, what good is that going to do if we still have brake dust in the air? You know, if we're really not getting to the root of the problem.
No, they create these false problems like cows. Cows are causing pollution, cars. But like with the electric car, for example, where the battery, where some of those minerals are mined, they've got child labour in those countries where those rare earth minerals that they use in the components. There's all of that, and the disposal issues of the batteries. So there's actually nothing more environmentally friendly about an electric car, but again, it's just about control. Like they don't address the real issues of real pollution. If they did actually care, they would address all the, like what you're talking about, all the actual pollutants, all the forever chemicals and plastics. One classic example is Teflon in your fry pans, and non-stick paint's highly toxic. And you can find documentaries even just talking about Teflon and how they knew that was a dangerous chemical, and yet they still sell non-stick pans to this day that probably the most of them have those chemicals in them, But that's not an issue, but what however far you drive in your car is going to become an issue. Anyway, I'll better not ramble too much. I'll let other people talk about, other topics. I'm probably getting off topic here.
Oh, you're good, man. But yeah, if anyone else has anything that you want to talk about, or if Linda is, I know she has some stuff that she wants to talk about tonight too. So, we're not trying to take over.
So I think I found the place that you're talking about, Eric, where Kamala Harrison made that statement.
Oh, yeah.
So I found it on the White House. And it was from July. And let me and what it appears to be is more like a Freudian slip.
Oh, okay.
Let me just read a little bit of it.
I can be a little critical on.
No, I get it. And so we set an ambitious goal to cut our greenhouse gas emissions to half by 2030 and to reach net zero emissions by 2050. The investment we are announcing today will help us to achieve these goals, and it will do so much more. Because think also about the impact on not only the local economy, not only the investment, And the entrepreneurs and inventors from the community think about the impact on something like public health. And then the next paragraph is where you'll see it. And what it shows is it shows where she said it, but then it gets crossed out. When we invest in clean energy on electric vehicles and reduce population, that got crossed out. She said pollution, or that's what the word she meant to say. More of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And then there's applause. Think about the impact of family budget and this, that, and the other. So I don't know if you can see this, but you'll see where it's highlighted population, and then you'll see where pollution is. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay, so I heard what I heard, but they're saying that that's not what she meant. Is that right?
Well, this is the White House. I don't know what that is. I'm pretty sure she did say population.
I heard it. I mean, it was on
Yes.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yes. But it looks like what she was supposed to say was, or
Correcting her.
what she meant to say was pollution,
Okay.
because that's what she's already talking about. You know, bringing the, you know, what
Like
is
a,
that
like
word?
you got a slit.
It looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's the word that came out, but was not intended to come out.
I'm just like the guy with the six gun going. What did you just say?
Oh, I noticed that stuff like a neon sign.
Yeah.
I do too. I noticed it like a neon sign.
All of us
And-
are always very suspicious. But yeah, fair enough. You know,
And this was a speech that she gave. I'm bringing it up to the top now. On the July 14th, 2023. Remarks by Vice President Harris on combating climate change and building a clean energy economy. That was the name of that. And you can find this at the White House.
There's a lot of background noise.
Excuse me? Are you making that noise, Eric, or is somebody else making that noise?
Hey, hon, I was gonna use the restroom for a second. I'm on mute, so it's not from me.
Okay. Good, keep it on mute, because I don't want to visit there yet with you. We ain't close enough yet to go to the potty together. No.
I'm just saying it's not coming from me because I came back and I was on mute. Coming from me. I don't know where the noise is coming from. I don't know. Is there someone that *6 and wants to talk? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and speak up, or if you're not speaking, could you please push *6 to mute yourself? Sure.
Yeah, sorry, it was Tim. It's me. I'm at work. I didn't realize I had it not unmuted it. I'll mute it. Sorry about that.
No problem. It's so easy to do that. That was fascinating looking that up. I was like, I gotta find that, and I did.
Hey, Apostle Bay, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you ever read, I believe it was I know it was a Watchtower magazine. I don't know if it was probably in the 70s, maybe the 80s. But it basically said that the governing body, or the faithful and the street slave, I can't remember which, was basically no more knowledgeable than the average spiritually mature Christian. Do you ever remember reading that? Because I'm trying to find that, and I'm having a hard time locating it, but I know that it was there.
It sounds like something that would need to be in literature, because sure, they're the mouthpiece of God, but they have to add the human standpoint so that when they do fail in their prophecies or predictions, that they can go to something like that. When Loach said, "We are neither inspired nor infallible." Nobody ever thought they were infallible, ever. But inspired, yes. That's what they claim to be, inspired by the Holy Spirit. And we used to get baptized in the name of, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit derived organization. So somewhere in there, they're talking spirit influence. Then it turns into being more like from angels or something, right?
Yeah, I'm dying to find that quote. I'm gonna keep looking.
Okay.
Because
sometimes JW
show that to people.
JW Facts, usually you can find stuff like that there. Sometimes.
Okay.
Awesome.
I will check that. Thank you very much.
Cool. I'm sucking on cough drops and waiting for my cough drop for me to be done with my cough drop.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm
Hi.
Oh, hey, since there's some dead air, I had to tell the audience that JP says he missed the show tonight for whatever reason, his phone or something, but he wanted to say hi to everybody.
Who's that?
JP.
Oh, Pete.
JP.
Thank you, JP.
Yeah, you know him, right? Jerry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, JP. I dig that guy. I dig him a lot, actually.
He's a good guy. We talk all the time too.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to share a comment that made me laugh hysterically when I was on the.
Okay. Because you know what? I know I sent you this stuff, but I'm not feeling it yet. Like, I don't feel like bringing it up yet. You know what I mean? So please go on. Yeah.
I'm basically. I'm trying to
Okay.
I'm trying to put you there, and I'm trying to I'm trying to when you talk about what you're going to talk about, I'm going to help you with oppression and stuff like that, But I'm waiting for you.
Okay. What did you want to share?
Oh no, what you were going to share. I was going to be on board with you and talk about the oppression of what happened.
Okay. It seems like this week we've had a couple of mass shootings, so it kind of takes away from this story, but at the same time, this story is a pretty shocking story that I read about last week. And this happened here in Southern California in the Lake Arrowhead area. And there was a gal who seems like she's a LGBTQ ally. I didn't get the impression she was a lesbian or anything. She might be, but I didn't get that impression. And I just wanted to read the article about it. It says, man who killed store owner over pride flag has history of anti-LGBTQ, anti-police social media posts. And then it shows a memorial in front of her store from August 18th was when her death was. San Bernardino County Sheriff Department officials said the evening that the man who shot and killed a California store owner over her display of a rainbow pride flag had a history of anti-LGBTQ and anti-law enforcement social media content. On Friday at about 5 p.m., deputies responded to a report of a person being shot at the Magpie clothing boutique in Cedar Glen, one of the mountain communities surrounding the picturesque Lake Arrowhead. Lori Carlington, 66, of Cedar Glen, had been shot and was pronounced dead at the scene by first responders. I gotta bring this down a little bit. Witnesses followed the gunman from the scene and reported the suspect as a white male wearing a reddish shirt and carrying a backpack, running toward the community marina. When confronted by deputies about a mile from the Magpie, which is the kind of store she has, he shot at the deputies and struck their vehicles before he was killed by deputies, which returned fire, officers said. No deputies were injured in the confrontation. Sheriff officials said at the evening press conference that the identification of Travis, I can't even hardly say his last name, Ikeguchichi rather, 27, was delayed as he carried no ID. The Smith & Wesson 9mm handgun he used in the shooting was unregistered, and he did not have any other firearms registered in his name in the state of California. Sheriff Shannon, I think it's DICUS, D-I-C-U-S, said that that guy's last name, Ikeguchichi, tore down the pride flag that Carlington, a married mother of 9, displayed outside her store and yelled many homophobic slurs before shooting Carlington. Diaz said that the area had 4 reported hate crimes in 2022, and none seemed to be related to Friday's murder. The day before the incident, I'm going to just try to say his name, Inkuchi, was reported missing by his family to a sheriff's station. This seems strange to me. Why would an adult grown man be reported missing? You know, he's 27. That seems odd to me, unless there's, yeah, that just seemed odd to me. The day before the incident, he was reported missing by his family to sheriff's station. Sheriff officials noted that he had left the trail. He left a trail of posts on Twitter/X. The Gab included anti-gay and anti-police content. Twitter X account Ikechi named frequently tweeted and retweeted others until post stopped on June 28th. A tweet pinned to the top of his feed showed a rainbow flag in flames with the words, "What to do with the LGBTQP flag?" I'm not sure even what the P stands for, to be honest. And then, you know, the picture's pretty spectacular, actually, with the way that it goes up in flames. I don't know if you can see that. It's very spectacular looking. So that would be a post of his on Twitter, which is now called X. And then on June 28th, in June 28th post, his account, which included posts on conspiracy theories along with anti-vaccine, anti-abortion content, posted, "Abortion and same-sex marriage are both immoral and are designed to destroy humanity one by one. So if someone is pro-abortion or pro-LGBTQP, they are at war against the foundation of family values. And that was on 6/23 this year, 2023. And it shows that post from when he did post it on what is now called X. A Gab account bearing his name described the author as anti-Freemasonry, anti-Zionism, anti-Jesuits, and anti-paganism. Same-sex marriage should be abolished. Pinned a post with a video titled, "When You Should Shoot a Cop." Oh, God. And he stated, "There will come a time that we will have to do this." So, you can kind of tell this guy just was in a very unique reality, okay? And it also shows what would be a film of that. Actually, it's a film from, looks like it's from YouTube. He pinned the January 2021 post showing another burning rainbow flag. Basically, this guy, just a lot of hate going on in him. And he passed by her store and tore down the flag, and she just argued with him, because he came and violated things that are involved in her store. And he shot her and killed her. And then when he was confronted by the police, he had no problem shooting at the police either. And then he was killed. So the tags for this article is domestic extremism, hate crimes, LGBT, and social media. So there's that article, and it happened, like a week ago. And it was fascinating. There was a post that her daughter had done, one of her daughters, that when her daughter got the news, it didn't surprise her that it was a situation of her arguing with somebody that was giving her crap for putting up the pride flags and things such as that. Again, from what I can tell, she was an ally. Yes, who's this?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi, who's this?
Dave.
Hi, Dave. What's going on?
I'm out here in the woods tonight. Up here in West.
Yeah.
I've been hunting down this critter up here. I got 4 other buddies hanging out around me. And we're all in tents and stuff out here. We've been hearing this critter all night long, screaming and hollering.
Oh, you can hear him.
Two cattle in the last 2 nights. We haven't caught him yet.
Wow.
Big old cargo night set up in the tree waiting for him.
Okay.
Waiting for him to come by again. Drop this cargo net right on top of him. We'll try to capture this critter tonight. But
are they naturally nocturnal?
Well, me?
No. The ones that you're observing, are they naturally nocturnal?
Most of the time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Most of the time? Okay.
And earlier this morning when I was fishing up here in this big lake up here, I was confronted at around 7:30 this morning.
Oh, really?
And then all of a sudden, about 200 feet away from me, he started screaming and hollering. and I put like 4 or 5 fish in the water. Stuck them in the water with stakes. And the thing came by and picked them up and took off. And left me alone.
So to our audience, this is Dave. Can you introduce yourself? I just pulled a blank. You keep track of what?
So I was out for a second.
Okay.
A witness lady, and I'm not a Jehovah's Witness.
That's right. You're not a Jehovah's Witness. You are actually an ally for the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and those that are still witnesses. Your wife is a practicing Jehovah's Witness. Correct?
Yes. And wow, I got awfully quiet out here.
Hey, brother, can you speak into the microphone a little bit more? And I'll try to.
I am.
That's much better. Thanks, brother.
But it's just been one of these nights putting this thing down. It just turns stone cold quiet.
Bob Roberts' comment section says, Dave, do you know what a bunny yip is? I don't know what that is.
Do you know what? Well,
BUNYIP. I don't even know what that is myself.
Okay.
I know who Bob Roberts is, and yeah. Well, I guess he doesn't.
I don't even understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, okay. I don't either. So we'll let that go. It's an Australian Bigfoot or cryptid.
Oh, okay. The Australian version of Bigfoot. Okay.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Bob.
How is your wife doing?
She's doing okay, thank you. Actually, she tried to come in at one point, and we both missed her. But she lost. So it's fine.
Okay.
I thought I heard her too, and it was, but like, so, you know how it is. There's like a delay.
Sure. Yeah. When she gets in the mood or she's ready, that's all good.
Yeah.
What about you, Dave? How's your wife doing?
She's still writing letters. She's still campaigning, and they all think they're doing something special and all this. And their Kingdom Hall is out there in the middle of nowhere land, and they're surrounded by a whole bunch of woods, and they've had a couple of Bigfoot come by their Kingdom Hall.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, how cool is that?
They were watched a couple of weeks ago on a Wednesday night, and there was something that was staring them in the woods, and a couple of guys, but they were tough guys, and they yelled and screamed at it, and it let out a whirl and scream from hell.
You know how there's a lot of articles that'll show Jehovah's Witnesses holding literature, and they hold it up to like animals, or, you know, I really want to see a picture of like Jehovah's Witnesses with their Watchtower or whatever, and holding it up to Bigfoot. Like, it's a cool thing to do, you know? I want to see one of those.
The first one cracking up.
I'd rather see something I don't know, like the Balrog from Lord of the Rings, the big demon creature, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan or not.
Okay.
I'm a nerd, sorry. You know what? When I was working at a bartender and / pizza cutter and / I did a bunch of things at the pizza place, but bartending was the coolest part of it. And there was a dude that I was with, and I'd always like talk deep. And all right, the coolest part of the job was if you got the drink. Of course, in moderation on the job, but they also gave you shift beers when you were done. You could have a couple, and then on top of that, they turned a blind eye to smoking weed. So that we'd be out weed on our break, and we philosophy or whatever. And my friend looked at me. He's like, "You're like Gandalf with the beard and everything."
What a compliment!
But just bringing a little humor into the show. Sorry.
That's okay. I can barely hear you, Dave. But I hope you're.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah, you do come in a week.
I'm just hanging out.
That's better.
And waiting. But no, I just want to check in and see how you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Did you say your wife is doing a campaign? Let's see here.
Yeah.
August, September, October. Do you know what it's about?
The letter writing?
You said they're writing letters, doing a campaign?
It's letter writing and sending it to every other neighbor in our county and stuff, and they give them a big list of things to do.
Okay.
And they send it right back to the Kingdom Hall. And
I'm glad to hear that.
A couple of in our county, so
because that means that they're using the Kingdom Hall address as a return address.
Yeah, their return address there. And they hit a couple nerves in the county, a couple big local officials, a couple judges, a couple lawyers, a couple policemen, and they don't like it.
So they've got some of those letters from the Jehovah's Witnesses, huh? They don't like it.
Yeah. In the county courthouse, the water and light company, and they have got a couple businesses in our county. And one place I went to, a car company, they got like 3 or 4 letters in a week.
I remember when they were talking about sending these kinds of things to businesses, that they were going to ask for certain brothers or sisters to do this. And let's see, he's holding it. Eric is holding up something, and can you move it a little bit to your right? So it'll be more, okay, I'm sorry, your other right. The other right, can you scoot it over? Yeah. What are we looking at? Is that an example of something that got sent to you?
Yeah. Anyways, I can't get it. There it is now. But it's from Joe and Fran. They sent me a bunch of postcards, and it says, "To our friends and neighbors, why are witnesses? There's witnesses leaving child abuse, shunning practice, high rates of depression and suicide." To sum it up, But
wow.
Bunch of those things. And I think it's a powerful message, something that the guys are kind of about.
Wow. Joe and Fran are like...
They're awesome.
They're like resourceful personified, like, wow.
This is from them too.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Woo. That's very cool.
I wear it. So.
You wear it where?
I wear it everywhere I go.
That's great. That's so cool.
Making a reaction out of somebody. Anyway, sorry. Talking about my bad.
But it can be something that could be a conversation starter, that somebody would start a conversation with you, which is very different than when you go and talk to those at the cart who are, pretty much unresponsive and kind of done with you, don't want to give you the time of day, which is too bad. But they get to that point. They're really taught to not interact with you, to just not interact. Like, it's ridiculous. Back in the day when
Linda.
Yeah?
They're just like Bigfoot. They don't like to interact with me.
Right. So we need to get some fish, right? Some fish steaks. Put them in water. Maybe that'll work, right? Will work for fish.
Yeah, these are southern people, so you get some southern chicken, and get some southern corn, and get some watermelon, and get some moonshine. They're awesome.
I bet you know how to make moonshine, don't you, darling?
Hell yeah.
Of course you do.
It's still going. I'll get that big old still going. That 5 gallons you run.
Wow.
Just so everyone knows, when I'm cracking up and laughing and putting my hand over my head, it's because I can barely contain myself with the comment section of how funny it is.
I put up those 2 articles and I haven't made it to the YouTube comments. My put
it on my TV on mute, so that just comes up live, and maybe more asked Bob Roberts what a Balrog is because I talked about it. This is a geek thing from Lord of the Rings, but it's just funny. Also, Brad said something, or Bob Roberts said something funny too. I can't wait for the Adam and Eve movie. When he said that, I laughed like hysterically. I don't even know what the subject was at the time. It was probably something serious, like. But because like I picture an Adam and Eve movie where like that would be like a horror film. Like, there's no happy ending in that movie.
Right, there just isn't. There's 2 dreams.
He made me crack the head over it. I just have imagination, and I'm like, oh my.
It ends badly.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It ends real badly.
It is.
And we women have a lot of pain now when we give birth and have our periods, and that.
And dominated by men.
Yeah. And we crave them.
Yep.
We crave them, and that's. I've always looked at like I've barely been able to get rid of that one. Meaning, craving for the love and attention and stuff.
Not to get too philosophical, but like I feel like Adam was the more of the sinner because he knew what he was doing, and Eve was deceived. You know what I mean? Like if we go by the story. It's like Eve was deceived, but Adam went along with. He was like he knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't care.
I happened to look at it and think to myself, the snake showed up in a very hypnotizing kind of way, and that with that kind of presence, deceived Eve, and that he could easily have been. Taken in, and I can imagine that snake being quite alluring, and kind of him, having that sense of like just kind of daydreamy, or, he didn't have his critical thinking that came to the front of his brain, and that's something that's very similar to what happens to us at the meetings when things are done in a very dull manner, and then again another dull manner, and then the whole meeting is in a dull manner. But the meetings will start off with like somebody saying, imagine yourself at the Garden of Eden, and then you go through the story, and that's actually a form of guided meditation, and it gets you very relaxed, and it doesn't make it to where you knock out or anything, but it kind of puts you in a daydreamy stage. So that's kind of similar of what I picture possibly what Adam and Eve was going through. So they were easily fed this fruit, or chose to, pick it off the vine or be talked into it. Did somebody say something?
Witness papers. Did they read Jehovah's Witness literature?
Did Adam and Eve read Jehovah's Witness literature? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Dave?
God, what?
Watchtower was back then.
Charles Taze Russell didn't show up with his printing machine until,
Oh yeah,
1800s.
late 1800s. Yeah, that's a little outdated, I guess. But I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna lay down in this tent for a little while.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Well, you take it easy.
Yeah, if this thing comes through and we get to capture this, we'll be big news.
Okay.
Good night, Dave. Thanks for calling in.
I'll be down in Tennessee in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
Did he say he'll be in Tennessee in 3 weeks?
Yeah, I got a old buddy down there that needs some help down there, so I'm gonna go down there and.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
What?
What's your name? I'm Eric. What's your name?
David.
David. You're gonna come by in Tennessee? I live in Tennessee.
I'll be down there along Tennessee mountains.
Oh, like Gatlinburg?
A little bit west from there, a little bit.
All right, I got you. I live near Nashville.
Are you near Barbara Anderson?
She's Memphis.
Okay.
Tennessee. No. Well, I'll be down there shortly because I have to go down there for an old farmer that I know.
Well, that's cool.
He has to be down there.
I met a gentleman and his wife, who's an ex-Jehovah's Witness as well, in Alabama, which is actually the border from where I live in Tennessee. It's cool to people, Joe and Fran have a good way of making a network of people.
They do. They really do.
Yeah. I have a pretty big network of people that I deal with throughout the country now.
Through what?
I got a pretty big network I deal with through the country with farmers now.
Okay.
Other people that own big property, big pieces of property and stuff. I go.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I also I didn't want to completely take away from what Linda brought up either. There's depression from every spectrum of our race or our gender or whatever it is, a political party, whatever it may be. And like you brought up tonight, it just happens in every spectrum. And all of it should be taken seriously. And it's not acceptable. Violence.
Thank you. Her daughter said that, what was explained to her as far as the situation that led to her death was her being how she's always been. Like if somebody comes along and gives her any crap about it, she just shows up with a bigger flag and hangs it up. That's just how her mother's always been. And so why she was this determined and everything, I don't know. But it was just a shame. And it's just a shame is what I was saying. And I could tell, wasn't the ordinary Joe that might have been very anti-LGBT. He was beyond that, So that was too bad too, because as much as he hated policemen, he ends up being in a situation where he experiences death by policemen. Some people actually do that on purpose in a way of committing suicide by policemen, And go ahead.
Well, I'll let you go, and I'll catch up to you in a few weeks, Linda.
Okay. Thank you for calling in, Dave.
Yeah, we were listening. I was listening to your show the last couple of hours, but I didn't been dozing on and off all night long.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you go. You take it easy. Be careful, and I'll keep watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
So this next article I'm going to read is called "The Silence of Shunning," a conversation with Kipling William. And on Psychology Today. I don't know if this was the one I wanted to look at. Let me make sure. Okay, because I had looked up something else by Psychology Today earlier by Stephen Hassan, and I wanted to make sure I was at the one I was looking for. The one by Stephen Hassan was a good one, but that's not the one I was wanting to read tonight. So this is a bit of a long read, but y'all have had to listen to me before, so you know what I do. I stumble over the words, I spell them out, and we go from there. So this is a very, this article has a lot of information and confirmation on things that we've talked about before. And so let me bring it up to the top here. And this is from an article in Psychology Today. The Silence of Shunning, a conversation with Kipling William. Shunning is an act of control and aggression with powerful consequences. And this was written September 4th, 2013. She says, I've written a number of pieces about mobbing, which is group bullying. Are you able to hear me okay, Eric?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm speaking loud enough? Good. Okay. Which is group bullying against an individual. Yet one of the most painful aspects of mobbing may be the least discussed: the deliberate ostracizing and shunning of a person who was once a member of the group. In the workplace, ostracizing a coworker means excluding them from social events, work activities, communities, and decision-making that make work meaningful and provide the resources and opportunities necessary to succeed. Shunning a worker goes a step further by ignoring the worker's very presence, and sometimes even their efforts to simply speak. In families, a family member may be shunned or ostracized by a single person or an angry spouse, parents or a child who refuses to speak or engage with them, or they may be shunned by an entire family, something that happens to many gay children when they come out, or can happen to a family member who leaves a family religion or political affiliation or marries the wrong person. Some religions, such as Scientology, Jehovah's Witnesses, and even Amish, have formal policies to shun those who question or leave the religion. And in communities, a person or whole family can be shunned for having the wrong skin color, supporting the wrong political candidate, or painting their front door the wrong shade of yellow. I don't know what that's about, but I think it's a thing. In short, shunning is a common practice that many people have suffered or perpetuated. Yet it is surprising how little attention has been paid to the ambiguous form of aggression, or this ambiguous form of aggression, ABIQUITOUS, form of aggression. One person who has paid attention, however, is Purdue psychologist Kepling Williams. In his book, Ostracism, The Power of Silence, Williams suggests that shunning and ostracism are particularly prevalent in the workplace. When a worker has reported wrongdoing, because it is more difficult to prove retaliation when the aggression act is a non-act. Yet the power of that non-action to wound a worker is profound, as Williams' research has shown. William has studied ostracism for decades and has created a game of cyberball in which research participants sit in a computer and toss a ball back and forth with unknown players. When the ball is no longer tossed to them, they can no longer interact with the unknown players. The results have been remarkably consistent. Within minutes of being excluded from the game, feelings of control, belonging, self-esteem, and meaningful existence are reduced. Now think about this. These are people you don't even know. Like, you don't know who they are, and it can affect someone in this way. Back to the article. This sense of loss.
Can I come in just for a second, Linda?
Sure.
Just to back up what you're saying about like the article about the how they treat gay children. I told you this before, that my cousin Billy is gay, and the moment that happened, he lost his world. He lost everybody. And it's just like a death sentence for people who decide to be a certain orientation. It's disgusting. And when my wife and I were just watching, we ran into him. He was working at a grocery store, a nice grocery store, near our corner that we lived at, and we gave him a hug, and he missed my hand. Just sad, I just thought I'd add that to your story.
And he was raised Jehovah's Witness, right? Or not?
Kind of. The mother, okay. like they were, let's say, worldly, and the mother later in her life. So maybe he was 10 or so, but he had a really hard. They all had a really hard life from her poor decision making, basically. All three of her kids have different names, last names.
Okay.
But she's been a wreck, and then to turn on your kid because they decide to become a different sexuality is just stupid to me.
Yeah, it is, and it's just as common as when within the organization, if a child does not want to remain a part of this religion, how they're encouraged to kick them out. You know, it's very similar. This sense of loss holds true across all personality types and is even found when participants know it is a computer they are playing against and not a real person. Something most anyone can relate to if they have tried getting Siri, Siri, the automated personal assistant, to pay attention to what they're saying. Have you played Siri? Or is this Siri like you call upon this thing to look up stuff? Okay. The automated personal assistant to pay attention to what they are saying. In recent conversation, I posted several questions to Professor Williams as his answers illuminated just how challenging it is to control the human proclivity to shun as a form of punishment. I think that when people read the literature, they become a little bit more aware. They'll say, oh, I didn't realize that that sort of thing could have severe consequences. But I don't think that you can eliminate it. On the other side of this same coin, if somebody knows how powerful it is and they want to hurt somebody, knowing how powerful it is motivates them to do it. Letting people know how bad it hurts doesn't just get rid of it. So just how bad is shunning and ostracism? ? Williams has found that people who are ostracized suffer deeply, including the obvious loss of self-esteem and depression, but also including the physiological symptoms or sociological symptoms, PHYSIOLOGICAL, such as ulcers, suppression of the immune system, anxiety, psychosis, and prolonged isolation, such as prisoners kept in solitary confinement, and a loss of feeling valued or having any meaningful existence. But perhaps more troubling is the rage that is associated with being ostracized. We've all heard that, oh, it's a disgruntled person that's been disfellowship. Yeah, of course they're disgruntled. People who are ostracized may not initially realize what is happening, only having a vague sense that something is wrong, that maybe people are mad at them, and they are often unsure of their perceptions and wonder if they are imagining it. But once it is undeniable that they are being shunned, their pain first intensifies, then turns to anger and rage. People feel rage when they have lost all sense of control and no one will intervene to help them, while going to great lengths to keep the person excluded and deprived of control. Moreover, the human need for inclusion and recognition is so great that when a person has lost all sense of control over their social environment through shunning, they may resort to antisocial acts of aggression just to regain it. And so I asked Williams if shunning someone for bullying behaviors might have the unintended consequences of escalating the aggression. They might, because rationally, to get a response, they might escalate what they're doing just to get someone's acknowledgement. Even if it's a negative response, you can see that with a lot of interviews we do, when people get the silent treatment from their partners, it can lead to violence. Basically, they don't even care if their partner doesn't like them, because what they are doing is trying to get their partner to notice them. So they keep poking and jabbing them, or throwing things, or saying things more and more hurtful just to get them to say something. Yet the targets of workspace ostracism are not necessarily bullies. If anything, ostracism is itself a form of bullying. One of the advantages to bullying through ostracism is that it is a non-behavior, and it's hard to get in trouble for not doing something. It's certainly a more disguised form of aggression. What then can management do to prevent workers from being ostracized? If it increases the suffering of the target and increases their potential for rage and violence. William points out to whistleblowers as people who are almost always shunned, with up to 100% of respondents who have engaged in whistleblowing experience shunning as a result. It is interesting, but one of the rules about how institutions react to whistleblowers, he says, is they aren't allowed to relocate them. I'm going to read that again. It's interesting, but one of the rules about how institutions react to whistleblowers, he says, is that they aren't allowed to relocate them, or they can be sued. But in some ways, I think it could be more humane to be moved to another unit. Of course, being relocated can have a stigma, but I think this is very difficult to maintain your productivity when being ostracized without some distance. He continues, I think that if upper management is aware of the powerful effect of ostracism in the workplace and elsewhere, then when someone makes the complaint, then they might intervene to do something about it, make a change, bring people together, arbitrate, mediate, whatever. If management is aware that it is painful and hurtful and has these psychological and physiological, emotional and behavioral effects, they might use their intervention strategies and suggest to people who are having conflicts that that's not a way to deal with it. You need to talk it out. You need to see that person's perspective and to see that this is not a good option. This is not a healthy option. If managers knew this, they might be more proactive and come up with alternatives. Yet management, hold on a second here. I got to tap that a second. Okay, back down to here. Yet management is often at the helm of ostracism, encouraging it in order to force an employee out. Indeed, Williams recognizes the human proclivity to ostracize as a way to enforce order and maintain control over subordinates. Anthropologically, 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 this has been done for eons. Burdensome members of groups are ostracized, and it's that threat of ostracism that everybody knows about that keeps people in tow, and it is the glue of civilization, so it's functional. But most everything that's functional can be abused. There are times when somebody is so obstructive and burdensome that ostracism is an answer. I would prefer sort of an explicit form of ostracism, where the person is told what's going to happen, rather than it just sort of happens without the explanation. On the other hand, targets of workplace mobbing will know that a worker needs not be obstructive or burdensome to feel the full force of shunning. Indeed, I would argue that most workplace shunning is aimed not at the worker who has been the most disruptive or aggressive, but at the worker who has the most displeased management, often for valid reasons, such as reporting misconduct or expressing an unpopular view. In these cases, the natural response of the target to feel anguish followed by anger may lead otherwise peaceful and mentally stable people to appear. That just don't make sense. I got to start over. Often for valid reasons such as reporting misconduct or expressing an unpopular view. In these cases, the natural response of a target to feel anguish followed by anger may lead otherwise peaceful and mentally stable people to appear anything but peaceful or mentally stable. Indeed, shunning is a form of crazy making, which so damages the target that it can take years to recover and rebuild a social and professional life. What then can targets do? In addition to the obvious suggestion of finding social support elsewhere, which is something I suggest any of you PMOs out there, start to get a few friends outside of the culture of the Watchtower. Please do that. If you get along well with them, keep them around. And if you have a personality clash, you do not have to remain friends with them. Okay? Back to the article.
Hey, Linda, I'm just letting you know I'm still here, but people weren't able to hear me very well, so I just switched to the phone. Okay.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
No problem. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's see, where was I at? I'm just going to start at the beginning of this paragraph. What then can targets do? In addition to obvious suggestions of finding social support elsewhere, get a pet or bond with the one you do have, and remind yourself of your strengths. William points to an unexpected action. Become decisive. By becoming decisive in small matters outside of these shunning environment, such as choosing which movie to go to with your partner, targets feel a small sense of control. The more a person who is ostracized takes control of their life in small matters, the more confident they will feel in their social world. So we're getting used to a new social world after leaving the organization, which is a subculture, a different culture than the culture in society at large. The more a person who is ostracized takes control of their life in small matters, the more confidence they will feel in their social world. There are many ways to get a sense of control. One is to become aggressive and violent, but that's not a very good way to be in control. Yes, we don't recommend that one. Okay, but you can gain control through being decisive and directing your course through knowing what you're going to do and what's going to be helpful to you. If you don't know what those things are, they will come to you, okay? The more you look within and ask yourself what you like and what you don't like, this will come to you more often, okay? But the most important thing is to maintain bonds with people, social support. I think social support, is probably the number one thing. You don't need to have a ton of friends. What you really need is one or two people. Just form a strong social bond somewhere, and then you can distance yourself from the ostracizers, okay? A little bit, from the ostracizers. So distance yourself a little bit from the ostracizers. Think of the workplace as a social experience. DISTANCES. It distances you a little bit from the pain and allows you to be more analytical about it. So just shifting the way you look at it is not going to get rid of the ostracism. It's still going to be there. It's still going to be awful and be around them at work, but it gives you something to look forward to. And that's something that targets of shunning need to remember. No matter how awful it is, there's always something to look forward to. And that is the world beyond the ostracizers. Because there is a world beyond the ones that are ostracizing us, okay? Make no mistake, shunning is not a noble act. It is an act of aggression and can be every bit as damaging, if not deadly, to the person who is targeted. And it damages those who engage in shunning, because the longer they maintain it, the harder it is to end it. So what this is saying is, not only is it painful for the one being ostracized, it's also painful for the one who is doing the ostracism, okay, doing the ostracizing. And I love the fact that this talks about that. If you've been a member of a crowd shunning a person who failed to please your leader, rethink your non-actions and reach out to the person you've erased and are so painfully hurting. If you are a person who has been shunned, don't turn your ostracizers for approval. Don't turn to your ostracizers for approval. Move on to a kinder, gentler environment where you are valued and treated with humanity, the humanity that you deserve. I recently released a new 216-page ebook on Amazon called Mobbed, a survival's guide to adult bullying and mobbing. I have not read this yet. In addition to discussing shunning, it features several chapters on what can be done to control and cope with the mobbing, as well as a detailed look at how and why mobbing happens. So this is something that is I think very helpful. Again, this article is by Janice Harper, PhD. She is a cultural anthropologist specializing in conflict and social aggression. So I like that there's some solutions that is brought up in this article that you can start to develop elsewhere besides the ones that are shunning you, the ones that you really want them to acknowledge that you are there. And when you do begin to make some new friends, when you have to be in their presence again, the ones that are ostracizing you, say maybe at a work situation, you get to look forward to being around those that are not shunning you. So, and again, this article said you just need like one or two good friends, you know, and that's what it's encouraging at this point, to just, you know, maybe one or two good friends. Most of the time, when people have friends that they value and are considered truly intimate, valuable people in their lives, it's usually not more than 5, maybe 6 people. But more than that, then it's less intimate. There's less authenticity in the relationships. So yes, there was a time when, you know, and I've heard this so many times, somebody will say, yeah, my friends list went down like 300 or 400 people, right? Once they are disfellowshipped. All of those people were your Facebook friends because they were fellow Jehovah's Witnesses. And you're only allowed to associate with fellow Jehovah's Witnesses, and so were they. So it wasn't really about the bond or the authentic friendship that you could have, because once we do become authentic with them, they will, there's so many rules and regulations within this organization. I'm sure 1 or 2 of them that you bring up that could be going against the rules, they are going to be faced with this responsibility of having to tell you to go to the elders with it, or inform you that within a week, if you don't, they're going to go to the elders and tell the elders. So this really makes sure that good bonds can't happen within the organization. And it's a way that the leadership pits people against each other. There really isn't an opportunity to have truly intimate, authentic relationships within the organization unless there's an understanding that you both are going to hear each other, and even if you become involved in things that are against the rules, there's an understanding that it's just between y'all, and it's not going to be taken to an authority figure. But what's so fascinating is the members do this because they have been indoctrinated with the belief that if they don't tell that person to go take it to the elders, or they themselves report it to the elders, they've been indoctrinated to believe that during Armageddon, your friend's blood will be upon your hands. This is horrid. This is a horrid visual that motivates the members to tell on them, to tell their friend that you need to go report that. So it's not that way in society at large, okay? From other people.
Very well.
Thank you. They accept it or they don't, you know. And if you love somebody, it does not mean you accept all of their actions. You know what I'm saying? But you know that they do them. You don't have to do them, but you know they do them. So, and it doesn't mean that you're guilty by association either. You don't agree with doing them, so you won't, you know? So yeah, ostracism, how powerful it is. And it's talked about in this article a lot in the situation of, in a workplace situation. And if you get a chance to maybe Google ostracism in the workplace, a lot of things comes up that shows you that this is unacceptable. If it's unacceptable,
It happens all the time.
If it's unacceptable in the workplace, which
I was ostracized from the show last week because Rick said he had a new assignment for me. Rick said he had a new assignment for me, and I sent 2 emails and I didn't hear back. And then Eric, who's doing a fine job, he said he didn't like me hogging the show last week, so I just decided not to even come back.
Whoa! When did I say that?
You said that last week.
About Pixie?
About Pixie. But you
I don't remember saying you were hogging the show. Did I really say that?
You did, and it really hurt me. And it hurt me because it piggybacked on this new assignment idea.
Are you sure? Are you sure I said that? Because I don't.
Yeah, you did. You did, dear. You did. And I sent I sent 2 emails to Rick because he said he had a new assignment, and I never heard back from him. And it felt like when I was a kid and got fired from a job as a teenager. And it was like, well, maybe they don't want to hear from me anymore. But a friend of mine.
Hey, Pixie, if I
Well, let me finish.
Okay, well, all right. I was going to tell you an apology, but go ahead.
Okay, I accept, and I love it when men apologize. That takes a lot to do that.
I was going to say I don't remember. I really don't remember doing that to you, and
Well,
I'm
you
sorry. And I have a very bad memory, and sometimes I can get in the moment. And
I
really don't remember doing that to you because I always
I don't
liked your
hold
voice.
anything against you, but I just felt like
I really, this doesn't make sense to me because I always. Are you sure it was me? Are you positive?
it was you. It was you, and there was going to be a whole new show.
What was the situation?
Well, Rick said there's going to be a new assignment for me, and I was a reporter for many years, so that means I go to a different location or a different job.
I was excited for you to come on the show, and Rick told me you were coming on the show. So
Nobody told me they wanted me on the show.
Oh, wow.
Assignment.
Okay.
He said new assignment, and then you were terse saying that I was hogging your air, and so I didn't think anybody wanted to hear from me again.
When did I say you were? I'm going to be honest with you. I'll have to hear.
It was last week, and it
do me a favor and like send me the audio so I can see myself.
I'm not going to do that because I have other things I need to do now. Because
I need the proof because I really
it's okay. It's over the bridge.
Like Pixie,
brother, it's over the bridge.
I'm just going to tell you straight up. I'm just going to tell you straight up. I like your voice, and I have no reason to censor you. And if I did that, was I in a state of like hypnosis? I don't know. Was I out of my mind?
You might have been high as a kite, and that's all right too.
No, because marijuana doesn't do that to me. I could have been drunk, but I don't get drunk on the show.
It's okay
but
too.
if I did that to you, I am really, really sorry. I do not mean that. I love your voice in the show, and I'm so sorry. But Rick did say you and Kurt would have a spot in the show, and neither of you.
But he didn't get back to me with that information.
He didn't get back to Kurt either. He
didn't get back to me with that information. So then, when a big male voice like yours tells me I'm hogging the air, I thought, well, time to pack up again.
Do you think it's possible that I was just wanting someone else to speak up? To give
possibly, and again, that was last week, and I don't keep account of injury.
I'm a mediator. I just want everyone to have a voice. That's all. I want you to have your voice, and I'll never want to silence you. Pixie, I have to tell you, I love you. I think you're a beautiful woman on the inside and out, and I never wanted to come across that way, and I apologize to you if I ever made you feel that way, because I really do think you're a really beautiful woman. You and Linda bring a lot to the show.
See, I would have rolled right with it and handed it right back to you, but I had two in the same.
You guys are the OG. I'm a newbie.
I had two in the same day, and then nobody said I was on the show, and so I'm like, huh?
See how this is? What she's talking about.
Oh, sorry.
I gotta say that you guys did a great show tonight, and you're doing very well. And maybe it's best that I just do my thing because you guys are doing really great together as a show. And I'm the adult in the room, so I can give you a compliment even if I'm not included in it. And secretly, for the last 2 years,
God, somebody's the adult in the room. I'm sorry.
Watchtower. But secretly, I've been filling in dead air every time there's been a pinch of dead air to make all the shows better. And secretly, I've taught broadcasting. Secretly, I've taught how to do shows. And I've been consultants for all kinds of things. So my goal is to everybody to have a better show.
I'll tell you what,
listeners like to hear you.
Pixie, if Linda could agree with me, you can just and if she agrees with me, you can just have a spot on our show, and just talk about what you want to talk about, because that's what Rick wanted to do anyways. So don't take it that way. I never, if I ever did that anything to offend you, I'm so sorry, because I really think
Eric.
You're one of my favorite people, so I'm shocked by it. I'm really sorry. Yeah,
Well,
I never met
anyone. Pixie was beaten up in the Watchtower a whole lot.
I'll tell you one thing about me, Pixie. I'm a very blunt New Englander. You know,
Yeah.
I mean well. My intentions are well, but I can say things that are rude or come across like a Donald Trump personality almost, because I learned.
Did you say a Donald Trump personality?
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay.
And I'm like, oh no.
I'm just saying I'll pass. That's all.
Rude things, but like.
Yeah.
But
Anybody north of New York, I get it. I get it.
You know what, Eric? I'm really glad to hear you say.
I love you, honey. You're a good
Thank
person,
you.
and I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry that I offended you.
Well, I
I
did
love
it
what
in
you
a row, and I thought, am I still on this or not?
Yeah, you are.
I'm so glad you brought this up, Pixie.
Talking about what she wants. I don't know what talking up with Linda, but if you have something you want to say, you know, I'll leave out to Linda.
Just that Linda did really well. And you're both doing really well on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pixie.
You're welcome, dear. I miss our little brellies and our little drinks.
I have them on my list.
I have my own show, so I may have my own show soon.
Wouldn't that be something? That would be so cool.
That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be such a good time.
That's interesting to listen to.
Yeah.
It's Tim. Sorry, Pixie.
Hi, Tim.
was going to say, just as a listener, I find your input is always actually interesting. So I think that a lot of people listening would feel the same way. You have a pretty balanced viewpoint and you're knowledgeable on a lot of subjects. So yeah, I wouldn't be feeling, hopefully, not down for not too much longer. But yeah, that's just my opinion anyway when I've heard you speak.
Well, thank you so much, Tim. I am a seasoned broadcaster. I did work in a newsroom for many years, and I covered everything short of a public hanging.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you, because I don't feel like my voice is good enough sometimes, but I don't say and I try to enunciate. I am trained.
I noticed this about you. I do enunciate, but I do that one thing all the time.
Your feelings.
Well, after she read that article, that's kind of how I was feeling for the last week because, like I said, I didn't get an email back saying, well, the new assignment is the new show. So I'm like, what is the new assignment? Is the new assignment go to another country and start your own newspaper?
I'll tell you what, if Rick doesn't pick up on it, we'll take care of you and you'll be on here, okay?
I'm good. And I got,
we love you, honey. I do. I really do love you. I'm so sorry that I came across that way. I can't.
No, don't keep apologizing. Please don't keep apologizing.
I know, because
you did good.
You have to understand the type of person I am. That I never.
You did good. Now
I never
keep
want to
rolling.
hurt anyone.
The first rule of radio is keep it rolling.
Okay, keep it rolling. I just wanted to say,
well, I'm not in radio. I'm just about love.
You are now. You're on the podcast.
She's coaching us. She's coaching us. You know what, Eric? I'm really thankful for the way you had just handled this because she brought it to you. She let you know how she experienced it. You're like, I don't remember doing that. But you said, but you're validating her like, yes, she did hear this. Or you're validating that that was her experience and you're apologizing for it, whether you ever had intent to do it or recall doing it. That is impressive to me. And I love that. And so, yeah, that's very impressive. It doesn't mean bad or wrong. It's very.
Station.
Well, here's the thing, gals. This is the difference between a Watchtower and myself. I can admit when I make a mistake. You know, Watchtower just keeps going, no, apostate lies, all that crap. You know, because like Dan from his channel always says, Dan and Angela, like, why can't they just say I'm sorry? And I think it's what it takes to be a man to say I'm sorry. You know.
That's true.
Yeah, or a woman too. I guess you know, like
you are
both ways.
I think it is more difficult in our culture for men to apologize, and so that's why it's meaningful.
But
Thank
it's
you.
not for me
And I
because
accept
when
the
I know
apology.
I'm wrong, I have to.
You know, I've had
Never
Wrong
learned.
and telling me you didn't want me there because I was jumping on your line after I'd been told my new assignment, but not where it was going to be. So I didn't know if it was going to be in the seventh circle of hell or where it was going to be.
Honestly, Linda and I, we didn't really get too orchestrated into this. It kind of just happened. Am I right, Linda?
Okay.
Like it
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
really like well planned. So just letting you know.
I picture after about 6 weeks to 2 months, we're going to know our flow. But and we're doing pretty well tonight, you know. We're not really clashing. But there's been people that I know and I trust. They'll bring up something that I've said, and I don't recall saying it. I would never say it, but I acknowledge them and I say, I believe you because I know they wouldn't be lying about it. You know, it's like, I am so sorry. Like I do the same kind of thing. I am so sorry. But I really don't recall it. And, you know, because that's what their experience was, whether I remember it or not, that's how they're experiencing it. And they need to know that it was truly not my intention, you know? So I just really like the way you handled that. And it's just,
I come from real management and real jobs. And so I sent him 2 emails because he says, send me an email. And so I sent him 2 and I didn't hear back. And then, you know, I'm still rolling with it. And there you are doing your thing. And then you said for me not to do my thing. And so I'm like 2 in one night. Well, what aren't they telling me? And, you know, did I get canned from a show? And it's like, well, it's not a paid gig, so it doesn't matter. And then I thought, well, these are my friends. This has been my group for a year, so it does matter. So yeah, you all matter to me a whole lot.
You do matter to us, yeah. Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Pixie. If Linda agrees, to like, why don't you come up with some material that you want to talk about next week?
I might, but I have to see about this.
I mean, if you can. Okay, go ahead.
Because I was literally offered a show.
Right, and Rick will do that.
Yes.
Rick will do that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I totally.
I thought he said give you a show like 15 minutes, like 15 minutes or so. No, he like a whole show. Okay, I don't know.
Not by him. No, honey, not by him. A show.
From another network.
Yes.
Oh, we'll take that.
Yeah.
What are you doing around here?
Exactly. Yeah. So, like I said, when I heard another assignment, the journalist in me, if you hear another assignment, you immediately go looking for either another newspaper or another network.
Oh,
so that's what I did.
That's awesome.
And the door opened.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, hey, you can come on here and plug it. There you go. Right?
I will.
Come on the show and just plug it.
And I had to move from hell.
Because I'll watch your show.
Okay. So I had to move from hell, and I have to box up my living room and put things where they need to go. And that's another thing I have to do before it gets winter. You know how that goes when we get winter on the East Coast, which California does not get.
I'm totally Sissy Lala. I would just melt over there.
Virginia? Okay. I lived in Rhode Island, so Virginia is not as bad, but it still gets very cold.
It does, and so I have
I know it sure does.
time to get ready for winter. Got to get my chimney sweep to sweep my chimney. And I got my.
Are you on the coast at all, or are you landlocked?
Yes.
Coast. Okay, so you get nor'easters.
Water from my house. Yes.
You get nor'easters, right? Yep.
Oh, that must be just so magnificent.
You get snow.
Oh yeah. And I got my new heating and air. It costs as much as a car, but I love it.
And you got it like at a decent time too.
Like that. Because I was with no air conditioning in the hottest week of the year.
You know, I was just thinking how human interactions and how we can offend each other, and and I'm not trying to like beat a dead horse, but like it reminded me of like a friend of mine. The poor kid had leukemia. He was my brother's friend, but he was my friend too. We're because like his older brother was my friend, and the younger brother was my brother's friend, and we're all Jehovah's Witnesses, and he got leukemia, and the younger one. And we all used to play like James Bond GoldenEye on Nintendo. We're just kids, and we all hung out together, and we felt really bad for him. We always like had little parties for him and helped him out. And he almost lost his life because of a blood transfusion policy, and he ended up living through it. And
wow,
it made me think how what happened was the parents were going to let him die, but the state in Rhode Island took him away from him.
Wow.
Yeah, they do that.
They didn't take away the parents, but they took away the right. Like they said, no, he's getting a transfusion. Yeah, and the kid lived, and he's I don't know why I'm bringing this story up, but like he it's just sad because just the trauma that he went through. And he's alive today, and I'm so happy for him. And he's a trans person, and he's completely shunned by all his family. And my brother has contacts with him, and if he reached out to me, I would still talk to him too, for sure. I would love to talk to him actually and have him come on the show, but however she or he identifies. But it's just sad what this organization does to people. Like the kid has went through so much, and now he or she is an adult, and just so persecuted from their own family. And I just think it's so sad. I don't know why I brought it up, but like it's something triggered me to bring that story up.
Life's that way. You could be the star in one school and move, and then you're like the nerd in that school.
Well, actually, we were nerds together. We were nerds together. We both like read like Lord of the Rings and shit.
That's good.
We love Tolkien and Star Wars and stuff like that. George Lucas.
Did you see the Tolkien movie?
The what movie?
Did you see the Tolkien movie?
The Tolkien movie? No, I don't even know about a Tolkien movie. I've read his books, but I don't.
Did you see the Lord of the Rings movie?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a biography of Tolkien movie that is beautiful.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I've got to watch it.
I could see it 3 times. I've seen it once.
Really?
I can
Is
see
it
it
that
over
good?
and over.
Okay, cool.
He's
one of my favorite authors. He's my favorite author. Yeah, for sure.
I think she's geeking you out a bit more than you are, darling.
It's funny when because I brought up Lord of the Rings earlier, and I said something about a Balrog, and in the comment section, Debbie's like, "What's a Balrog?" And Bob Roberts was talking about it.
Bob Roberts knows what it is. He has to know.
Yeah, and I know what it is too.
They made that movie in New Zealand.
Yep. Oh yeah, his hometown.
Yeah.
New Zealand looks beautiful, the way they captured it, because I don't know, I've never been there, but it looks like it just looks beautiful, a beautiful country.
A lawyer friend and his wife went there on vacation, and they can't wait to go back, and it's expensive to go, but they just adored it.
There's a lot of analogies in it that I connect with Jehovah's Witnesses, like the dark and the light, and
everything is dark and light.
Yeah, I can connect it almost with any movie or any novel, or anything that's been written, because you're right, it's all about dark and light.
It dawned on me the other day in the Psalms, God created both dark and light.
He did, and it's weird, right?
Because He's created both of them. So, are we in a big opera? I kind of think the Bible's a big opera.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
It's a big drama.
That's fascinating. Yeah.
I still have a problem with Abraham and that attempting to kill Isaac story.
I do too.
Say, oh well, that's supposed to be, Jesus and God the Father and Jesus the Son thing, and I'm like, okay, so who knew to put Abraham and Isaac, in those chapters first before we got to the New Testament? And I have studied the Bible and every other myth and every other story and every other thing and looked at Greek, and I don't speak a word of Hebrew, but I've done more than most, and I still think it's a brutal story.
Yeah. Isn't it fascinating, though, that to free up Isaac, there's a scapegoat in the story?
Yes. Yes.
That's a trip. It just happened to be there. But what trips me out about that story is how Isaac goes willingly. Either his father tells him once he's there, I could imagine his stature. He could probably kick his dad's ass, right? So for him to cooperate with his father says a lot to me. And it actually says to me that this must have been part of the culture. But like you said,
you saw the Ten Commandments, right?
A long time ago, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is that old movie? Is that that older movie? Yeah, like really, like 50s or 60s or somewhere around
there's another movie.
Yeah, I saw it when I was a kid with my grandparents.
There's another movie. John Huston was a great director. John Huston never made the same movie twice. John Huston made Annie. John Huston made a bunch of other movies that were nothing like Annie. In response to Selznick's Ten Commandments, he made a movie called The Bible. It's free on YouTube. You should see it. It's great. I hadn't seen it in decades. I sat down and watched it again. I said, it's John Huston. It can't be bad. It is a great picture.
Okay.
And it's John Huston's The Bible. It's all restored. It's on YouTube, and you will get a kick out of it.
Okay.
Now, I have one thing to add to it. The Adam, it was a shock at the time because, of course, Adam has to be naked. And there hadn't been anybody in a movie theater naked on the screen before in a proper picture.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The guy that plays Adam was a beatnik motorcycle heartthrob, and sadly he died in a motorcycle accident after the film was made. But he was the it guy of that time. He was like better than James Dean for about 10 minutes, and he's Adam in that movie.
Okay. Wow.
And I think it was Vanessa Redgrave. I'm not sure, but you'll enjoy it.
My mother
Rod in it
was so beautiful, and she's still pretty today. People in the Kingdom Hall would tell her that she looked like Eve in the literature.
I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did.
Watchtower. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. A lot of pretty sisters.
But I wanted to tell you that the stuff you bring to this show has been really amazing. It's been on subject, and even when you're coming with another subject, I've been really thankful for what you've brought up and added, and I've liked the way you've shared that, like you've realized you've grown in a certain area. You'd be like, I used to think this, and now I'm just thinking. I like that because you're just being super authentic, and you're explaining a change, that you're having in your life, which is really, we all go through that, but for you to recognize it and bring it up, I think that's a vulnerable thing too, and that I'm really thankful that you do that.
Thank you. It's not been easy. It's not easy to look at your life clearly. And of course, the witnesses tried to beat everything that's me out of me.
Right.
And I have to be who I am. And I have to be the smart blonde in the room.
When
That's
I
right.
have to go, I kind of like am hoping that you call in, you know, like depending on that, like you and others, but you especially because you're very I personally have a hard time reading. When I read a book, it means a lot to me because my mind keeps drifting when I read. But you lock it down the information, and you're able to express that information back, and I appreciate your intelligence level in that accord. And so if I ever made you feel that way, you know, again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but you know, I really actually do appreciate your participation, and you should have a show.
Well, thank you very much. And you know, my life wasn't always easy. I had a visual problem where I had reading comprehension issues, and I had to learn to read well, and I loved the library. And as an early age, I didn't necessarily speak very well. So I have shined myself up all my life. I was born with a good mind and good looks, but I wasn't always good at everything. I had to work at speaking, and I had to work at reading comprehension.
And you know,
but if you believe, we can achieve.
Yeah, and I've never gotten any feedback.
Believe, we can achieve.
If you believe it, then you can achieve it. I believe I can fly. Yes, that. So nobody has ever given me any negative feedback on how I read an article. And I, you know, may know how to say the word or not. And I'm so thankful to everybody that watches the show or listens to the show. When I first started reading, I was extremely insecure and felt extremely vulnerable. And today I can just start the article knowing, okay, I'm going to be spelling some stuff. I'm going to be stumbling over a word or two.
I don't know about spelling it when you're reading it, but if you have to, hey, it helps me with my spelling.
We get through it, and people still hear what the meaning of the article is. So, you know, that's very nice that I don't get any. And here I am thinking I should expect it, but I don't. So that's been helpful for me.
I think we have to learn together because, you know, like the guy that has the show from Canada, Vern, I really thought it was neat that he put how to pronounce things on there because he didn't know how to pronounce them.
I asked Pete one time, how do you know how to pronounce that stuff? He says he Googles it and listens to it, how to say it correctly. And I was like, well, that sounds pretty simple. Why didn't I ever think of that? But, you know, you just have to ask to find out. Other people's...
I used to listen to people on my bus rides in my little town or in the big city that was next to my little town. And I've always listened to people speak and accents and how to pronounce things. That was just something I did naturally.
Okay.
But, I learn a lot from other people. My people skills are not always the best.
Yeah, neither are mine. But I usually don't notice it until...
That's why I have to check in.
After I say something. Sometimes it'll be days later. Sometimes it'll be years later. I think to myself, what the hell was I thinking when I said that? It seemed like a good idea at the time, but no, today it's just not. Oh my goodness. So just the fact that I can realize that, this is growth, okay? I've done some growing. That I can be happy about.
Well, yeah, the witnesses kind of messed us up because everybody is supposed to be liking us and we're supposed to be liking them, and that's a lie. And then, you know, you're supposed to find some nice brother, and like I told you, most of them looked straight at me and said, I don't like girls, so what am I supposed to do with that? And
right.
Then you go to school and you're supposed to fit in at school because I was a good student. I did have little pals there at school. And so you think, okay, I know how to get along in school. And then they switch you to a different school, and it's a totally different dynamic. And it's like, oh, that's not like grades 1 through 6. Everybody's beating everybody up now and throwing people in front of lockers and stuff. So you have to deal with that. And and then you thought some of those people didn't like you, and then they're like, well, this is just our culture. We think you're okay. And it's like, well, if that's what you think is okay, that's not okay with me. So, you learn how people are.
Yeah. I mentioned before on a show I did 2 weeks ago, which started off pretty cool, but it ended up just kind of getting sideswiped here and there. So I asked Rick to take it down. But at the beginning, I was talking about Lahaina over in Maui. And so my daughter lives there, and she's lived there for about 10 years. And her cousin lived there before her. So after these fires happened, the natives are very, very on alert. And they're expecting this to be a land grab. First off, let me just back up. Their kingdom was colonized by the white man.
See that beautiful place? Did you get to see that beautiful place?
That side of town, no. But I've seen it enough in videos. So I got to stay at my daughter's house. I didn't go to that side of town. That side of town would be about half an hour to 45 minutes away from where my daughter lives. But my niece, her cousin, lived in that area. And they got out of there. And somebody tried to block them. And I'm like, that's bizarre. But, and it wasn't the police. So anyways, I don't even know what that's about. Anyways, so Jessica, my niece, my daughter's cousin, ended up showing up at my daughter's house with just hardly anything to wear. So my daughter's letting her wear some clothes and stuff. And she ended up wearing a dress that has that certain pattern that the standard white people would wear if they're going to Hawaii. You'd know it if you saw it. Okay. You'd know it if you saw it. Usually a family, all the guys will have the same shirt and pattern, and the women will have their dresses made in it. And she was wearing that pattern. And they were in Trader Joe's. And she was treated like crap by the locals, okay? Because of all this stuff going on. Because of all this stuff going on, meaning Lahaina went up in smoke. Many people are not found yet. And some people were trying to reach homeowners and buy their land. And
that's what I heard.
For the first couple of days, the people from Lahaina, that area, were not getting any of the resources, such as water, food, whatever. And if they left to go get some, they were not allowed to get back in. And if anybody who was from the outside who wanted to take them something, they were not allowed in. So this was just so frustrating. So after about 3 days, the locals went, fuck this. We're going to figure it out. And they came up with their own plans. And they did well. Mm-hmm. So right about at the 3-day point, they're at Trader Joe's. This expectation from the natives of basically they're waiting for the white man to screw them over with understandable reason. Well, and so what did you say?
And she's in the tourist dress.
Yes, in a tourist type of wear dress. Hi, Hitley.
Hi, Linda. Hi, Pixie. This is Hitley. I'm sorry about what happened over in Maui. I hope your daughter's okay.
She is. But she called me every day for about a week. What?
Like the natives having trust issues with the people, with the other.
Yes.
With folks.
With the natives.
In a way.
What did you say?
I don't blame them in a way.
Of course not. I mean,
they're treating them with disrespect as far as like you said, land grabbing and things of that nature. I wouldn't trust any of those folks, you know.
Factor in that's ancestral land, and they've been colonized and treated in the past in a certain way too.
Exactly. You know.
And it was done very underhandedly too. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know the whole story of that story.
Actually, Hawaii, a tourist attraction place, because I've been there twice. And it's beautiful. And they that's how they treat. Even though there were TV shows there, and still are TV shows there, like, you know, Hawaii 5-0, the old one with Jack Lord.
That's right. Yeah.
One, and then that instant Hawaii. And remember the show Hawaii and I and all of them from back.
Oh yeah.
Way back in the day.
Isn't that the oldest part though?
I think I forgot what parts of the isle. I think it's the Big Island that they had done a lot of. On most of the TV shows, they did a lot of lensing and everything. But you know, they just that's how they treat it. It's nothing but not. It's beautiful, beautiful. God, you know, I still believe in God. It's beautiful. You know what He created, but it's mankind who's messes things up.
Well, I heard the rich people, their houses didn't get hurt.
Huh?
I heard the rich people, their houses did not get hurt.
Why in the hell did that? What?
Because Mick Fleetwood of Fleetwood Mac, Mick Fleetwood used to have a restaurant in my town, and he moved his restaurant to Lahaina. And his mansion is there with his family, and he loves it there, and he had employees that he treated really well. And his restaurant got destroyed, and he was on TV saying, I want to take care of my people that got hurt. And he was right there to help his employees and look at his ruined restaurant, okay? So he's prosperous and famous, but he was right there what happened to my place and the people that work for me, and he was right there helping them. But Oprah and a bunch of other rich people live on the other side of the island, and nothing touched them.
Oh, Lordy. This was almost like a selective burning, so to speak.
Some people say.
Was it done, arson? Was there arson involved? You know, like, you know.
I'm just saying what Nick Fleetwood said.
Makes you wonder. Makes you really
yes,
wonder.
Kurt?
And then when it comes to the witnesses, they're so concerned about who might have gotten, of their people, who might have gotten hurt or killed. And they haven't sent anyone to help anyone there. They said, nothing happened. None of our people.
Well, that's
so
funny, because when my cousin got married on Maui, and I have never been, and I would like to go to Hawaii. My cousin got married there, and they said, oh, it's a pity you didn't go to the wedding because you would have met a brother, because all the taxi drivers in Maui were witnesses. So that's odd that you note that.
Yeah. There's
so Kurt wanted to say something.
A lot of brothers were. I'm sorry, Linda, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just go ahead and say a few more things, and then we're going to open up for Kurt.
No. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. What's on your mind, Kurt?
Hey, can you hear me very well? Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, Kurt, we hear you.
Okay. This old phone, I'm telling you, I've been listening all night long. I can hear everybody so much better on YouTube. It must be my phone.
Probably.
Yeah, especially when I got this headset on. I have a hard time hearing you guys. It must be me. Must be my phone. Anyway, Apostle Babe, you got the looks of your mother. You're beautiful.
Thank you so much, Kurt.
I'm not drunk, okay? I got a
taking it like from a brother. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I got a question for you three ladies, if you want to help me. It's not no trick question. What to do with shunning? And I'll leave the Bible completely out of it. I'll leave it out of it. I'm going to give an illustration and get you all's feedback. It's important to me. Now, let's say that I am in the congregation with you or at a church or members of the church, and you ladies have some girls, one's 16, one's 14. You observe that I show signs of maybe being a pedophile. Red flag goes up. And I want to stop right there. And I want to ask this simple question. Would you women shun me?
I would call it a boundary, but yes.
Yeah, I would shun you. That's red flags. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Now it might depend on a few things.
Why would Chris be
Okay,
shunned again? I'm confused.
He's giving an example of a brother who's a pedophile and 3 sisters that have daughters. Now, it would depend. If he's just looking, men will look. But let's say he came up to one of the pretend daughters, and let's say he's got his arm around the shoulder. That might be all right too. But if he passes her on the fanny, or he tries to get her alone, or he says, "Well, I want you to go out in the service with me by yourself," there would be a list of things that I would be looking at.
Okay, we're hitting the nail on the head. Now, stay with me, everybody. Just hold on. Nobody get mad. Just hold on, everybody. Now, before I go further, I'm not talking about some of the ridiculous cases of the Watchtower where they get into the family, they disfellowship people that shouldn't be. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We may be talking about a Baptist church. Now, just stay with me for a minute. Stay with me. Let me go back again to the foundation. The foundation would be that you 3 ladies that have young daughters, that there is a red flag or 2 goes up, as Pixie was just talking about, that you alone may see as their mother, just you alone. Now let's go.
Or the daughter might have he's a creepy guy look on her face.
Yes. Now let's move forward. Let's move forward to the next step. Let's go to the next step. Now let's say that at the church, as time went on, not very long, and I got caught up in pedophilia, and I was given my walking papers from the church. Now this is phase 2. You see me at Walmart. Would you shun me?
In Pixie's world, you would be under the jail.
Okay.
I second that motion in Hitler's world. Yes.
So let's regroup. Now, shunning on the job. I could take about 5 minutes and give you the short story about shunning on the job.
Oh God, let's not go there.
I won't do that. We'll just leave that out of it. We'll leave it out of it. It can be very painful. And
Hey, Kurt.
again,
Hey, Kurt.
Go ahead, Eric.
Can I add something about shunning on the job?
Go right ahead.
I personally was in a situation where I was an active Jehovah's Witness, and I worked with a disfellowship person, and I've told this story before, but I didn't shun him. Nope. I refused. In fact, he told me, he said, "You're a Jehovah's Witness, I'm disfellowshipped. What's up? And I'm like, nothing. Yeah, we work together, and you know, I'm not gonna not talk to you. You know, but you know, we work together, and he became a good friend of mine. And you know what? You know what he did to me, Kurt? And if you don't know this story, I want you to know it because I think you'd appreciate it as a Christian. You know what he said to me? He said, Eric, when you wake up in the morning, do you pray to the Lord to bless your hands for the work that you do? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, you should.
Thank you.
He didn't like the quality of my work. And you know what? He mentored me, and because I never judged this guy, and because I treated him with love, and my wife and I, well, I should say, my wife made him a meal to go, you know, and she made him a nice home scratch meal, and this guy loved my wife, and loved me, and he coached me and trained me. And this man made me able to paint Highline cars, you know, and what a relationship I would have wasted if Watchtower told me to throw this man away. This guy was the best thing that ever happened to me. I was able to paint Bentleys and all kinds of very nice cars, Ferraris. I painted all of the nice cars that are out there. I worked for a dealership where that's all the cars that they had. They were all Highline. Lexus, Toyota, all of them, just everything.
Eric, let me interrupt you.
This guy had a skill set too.
For a technical. Let me interrupt you for a technical thing. I'm hearing some echoing, and I did not hear it until I unmuted myself. So it may be my phone. I'm going to go back to *6 mute. Because I don't know how in the hell this happened. But
I'm going to tell a little story for you, Kurt. I had that dental surgery, and so I went to the dentist on 3 different occasions, and I had to wait for a cab for 2 hours to get home each time. So I'm thinking they're all happy little dental hygienists and everybody gets along. Well, I had to wait in the waiting room for my cab, and I saw bullying at this wonderful dental office. And the girl says to the other girl about a third girl, she says, oh, here she comes. And they were not nice to this other employee.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a lot of it. Anyway, I'm going to go back to star mute, and I'll be listening, okay? Because I'm thinking it may be causing a problem. Bye, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Hey guys, this is Stephen. I didn't hear anything bad.
Oh, Hitley, what I was going to say was how many fires there's been. And my cousins in California, you know, they had years ago when my sweetie died, they had the Thomas fire that was named for him, and they had all those other terrible fires up in Northern California. Then they had the Canadian one. Then they had the Maui one. Then they had fires in France and fires on the Canary Islands.
Wow. And it's not done by arson. They said that sometimes because of the global warming.
I can hear you.
Whatever it does with the foliage and start. In some cases. I mean, everybody always thinks about, well, someone is out to make a statement, you know, and they're just igniting this and doing that and what have you. But
I might go with that.
Pixie, wow! I mean, that's something else. A lot of fires.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Sure. Sure, Eric.
Okay. This is Stephen. Eric, I'm just going to make one comment.
Steve and I.
This was on the topic of disfellowshipping, whether you're going to shun somebody. I have stopped viewing people that Watchtower disfellowship the way they wanted you to view them, probably 5 or 6 years before I started to become primo and ultimately left. Because the older I got, I just realized you just don't treat people that way. And there was a young man when I transferred to the hall, the last hall that I attended, he was a fellowship, and I got there. And then at some point he was reinstated, and he and I got to be friends. He actually helped me in a couple of jobs and things of that nature. He wound up getting disfellowshipped again, and I never treated him any different. I would still call and check on him from time to time, sister passed and things of that nature. I never treated him any different. At the meeting, I'd bump into him intentionally, and he'd turn around and say, "Who's bumping?" And it'd see me, and he'd just fall out laughing, I just never treated him any different. And I pulled him aside one day and said, if you ever need to talk, something's bothering you, I said, don't let any of this, stop you. Nothing has changed, between you and I. So I stopped treating people that way. I said, you know what? If that's the wrong way to treat people, let Jehovah strike me down. That was my philosophy. If Jesus didn't treat the woman that was supposedly committing adultery bad, and he said, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." And if that's worked for Jesus, that's going to work for me. The second thing I want to say on the same topic is I knew a gentleman that really well. Probably my oldest friend in the state that I lived in. Was my oldest friend in the state that I lived in. And he was disfellowshipped for 18 years. 1-8. And I've told this story before. He sent a reinstatement letter after reinstatement letter. He wrote to society, nothing. And I would run into people, and because he had been disfellowshipped for so long, they thought, oh, this guy must be doing all kinds of stuff. I mean, who gets disfellowshipped and is back within 18 years? And the reality of it was he had not committed anything that was a quote unquote disfellowshipping offense. And once the situation finally kind of came to a head where a group of elders actually grew upset and decided, you know what, we're going to reinstate this guy no matter what. The only condition, it was not, are you doing anything that would bar you from being reinstated? Are you doing anything that we need to know about? The only condition for his reinstatement was, are you going to talk about the fact that you were disfellowshipped for 18 years for a non-disfellowshipping offense? Are you going to tell the witness? If you're not going to tell them, then we'll reinstate you. And he was reinstated. So the point that I'm making is, we have no idea why people are quote unquote disfellowshipped. Sometimes it could be for reasons that we would think of being immoral on some level. And other times it could purely be that human beings are being human beings and they just want to kick a person out just to exert their power over it. And we could argue that seven ways to Sunday, but even in the scriptures, when you go and look at Paul's writings, he does talk about the whole congregation being involved in fellowship. And it's funny how Watchtower loves to talk about the scriptural basis for this fellowship, but they never include that Paul also mentions the whole congregation being involved. I think if the congregation were involved, you weren't having these backdoor meetings with three elders asking you the most intimate questions. None of that shenanigans would be going on. The congregation would be able to see through the BS and say, wait a minute, you are just wanting to disfellowship him because you don't like him, because you're it, man, because he, whatever. You can see through that, and they say, no, we don't think that he should be disfellowship for that reason, or conversely, yeah, we do think he should be disfellowship for that reason. So to me, all of that played a part into why I stopped viewing disfellowship people the way Watchtower view. And that's all I got to say on that. Everybody have a good night.
Thanks.
Hey, brother, before you go,
yeah.
Can I just add to your story that you're not alone, because a good friend of mine told me a story at a congregation before we were in the same congregation, a very similar story of what you're talking about. And this man was disfellowshipped for 20 years, and he was disfellowshipped for false charges. What had happened is two evil sisters plotted against this man and said that he had fornication with somebody, and it never happened. And they said that you can't get. He kept putting in reinstatement letters, and they wouldn't let him in. And they said you have to admit your sin, and he said I didn't sin. And what ended up happening is these two piece of shit women ended up leaving the organization and it came out that they made it up and that they just had it out for this guy. And
wow.
They reinstated him, and I don't know the details. I don't know if they said shut up about it or anything like that, but they reinstated him eventually because it was proven wrong. And on top of that, in the same congregation, this guy told me that, and he's very credible. He told me that there was an elder that was serving, and he had a wife that was a part of the elder body group. And what I mean by that is when he became an elder, she said, you're going to tell, she rules the house. She wears the pants. And she said, you're going to tell me everything. And she makes his decisions. So like when he's in the room, she knows everything and she tells him what to do.
Mm-hmm.
That is so dangerous. But I thought I'd share that with you all.
I got one.
Thank you.
I got one for you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric. Man.
There was a sister who was a well-known pioneer. I'd never heard of her, but I met my then wife. She was pretty well-known in that part of town. And she told me herself this story. She was doing one of those, Jehovah, in the end, he reveals things and he takes care of things type of stories. But anyway, in the story, this sister accused her of committing adultery with some guy. And she ran around telling this. They called her into a judicial meeting, and this other sister went to a completely different hall, but they still know each other. And so she said the same thing, hey, I haven't done anything. And they kept grilling her and grilling her and grilling her and called her in the elders' meetings, calling her in the elders' meetings. And this thing got so out of proportion, she called Bethel. And, Bethel basically told her, hey, there's nothing we can do. This is all going to be handled, locally and yada, yada, yada. But she kept calling Bethel. And because she was kind of well known, she knew some people at Bethel. And I guess they kept hearing her name, so they finally stopped to kind of investigate it. So they said, tell you what, we're going to send the CEO and to get to the bottom of this. So the CEO came, and he had all the elders, and then the sister who accused this other sister plus the sister. So they're all in the elders' the back room after a meeting, going over this whole thing. So the sister was telling her all about how she saw her come out of the room or something, and this, and that, and the other thing. And then the sister that's supposed to be guilty, she gets her side of the story. And then the elders are saying, well, we can't figure this out, so we're going to have to disfellowship her, and this, and that, and the other. And he remembered, he said, wait a minute, what was the date again for that? And he started going through his notes. And he remembered that he did a circuit overseer thing on a Sunday where you give a talk and you give the final talk. And then they went out with a bunch of witnesses, and she was there, and he remembered her being there, and that was the only reason why she was in disfellowship. So after that came out, then the circuit overseer asked her, how is it that you claim she did this when she was with a big group of witnesses? And then she breaks out crying because the real story was there was an elder that she wanted to marry who didn't want to marry her because he liked this particular sister. So she concocts this story to get her this fellowship so that she can then go and marry the other elder.
That would be a woman acting catty. And unfortunately, women do. Not all, but some do.
Yeah. Yep. All right, everybody, have a great night. I'll see you guys next Saturday.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, buddy. It's great hearing from you.
Bye-bye. You as well. Have a good night.
You too. Yeah, we never get to find out why anyone was disfellowshipped. And we're supposed to understand that only those that are unrepentant are disfellowshipped. Yet I've heard many stories of people going, but I was repentant. So it's very, very secretive. And you're either taking the side of the person that's getting the quote unquote discipline, or you're believing the elders who have a position of authority. Is somebody speaking up? Because I can barely hear you.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
I was saying the worst part of I don't even know why it was on mute, so I don't even know why I was going through. But the worst part of being disfellowshipped is, or one of the worst parts is, they give a talk about why you were disfellowshipped, but they don't like really necessarily say it, but everybody knows, you know. And they happened to give one for Desiree, but it wasn't for her; it was somebody else, and they like confused the time schedules. So Desiree got disfellowshipped for being around a disfellowship person, but like the talk was, when she got disfellowshipped, the talk was about pornography. So like, imagine how like embarrassing. And,
oh my God.
Yeah, because like that's totally not her either. Like she's not looking at that shit.
It's usually not a chick thing, you know. We get pictures sent to us, and we're like,
in fact, I got involved with the elders. I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh, we made a mistake. We did a timing issue. It's just like, oh my God, what is this crap, Linda?
like, what is? Yeah, wow, poor thing. I would be beyond mortified.
A lot of people have gone through that. A lot of people go through that. They announce your sin basically like a week or two later, you know, and it's like, gee, who does that belong to? If you connect the dots, if someone got this fellowship, so it's, they messed up and did that to Desiree, and I'm sure they've done. I'm sure there's other people out there with stories too. You know, maybe not tonight. I'm sure there's people out there that have had stories like that.
That's horrible. So we never really know what goes on behind those doors. And we can't ask the person who's quote unquote being disciplined. The elders aren't going to talk about it. It's confidential. So, but we're supposed to agree with the discipline and the decision that the elders made. I've never been okay with that. But that's my personality, though. Never been okay with that.
And how so unnatural. Is it me, or does it sound like someone snoring?
Probably someone snoring who doesn't know they fell asleep.
Totally someone snoring. Yeah, it sounds like it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's funny.
My oh my. It is good to be free.
Anything can happen here on the 6 screen.
Right.
Hey, buddy, wake up. Wake up. You're sleeping.
It go away when I'm *6 mute. The echoing, I couldn't think of the word. Did it go away?
Did what go away?
The echoing. Did it go away when I went to *6 mute?
The echoing, yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right, just wanted to check in. I haven't heard any echoing either since I've been off there.
And I don't hear echoing now.
I'm so curious who fell asleep.
I don't know.
Anybody have anything on their mind they want to talk about? You can push *6 and join the conversation. I'm still thrilled that the sisters showed up in the last show.
Which one?
I've lost the names.
Oh,
I forget their names.
Selena?
Vanessa. Yeah. Vanessa and her sister.
Selena.
Thank you. The one that made the video about showing up to speak with.
Selena I forgot her last name. It's Italian. Verlamo. I can't do it. I wrote it down because I keep forgetting it.
Right. At first,
something like that.
At first, I couldn't figure out the spelling, but I saw nothing on her father at all. But I looked her up, and she's not the ordinary. I mean, she's a professor. You know, she's a very well educated woman.
Oh, that's how she's a doctor. Okay.
No, I didn't say she was a doctor. She's a professor. I believe of English.
Professor, but she said she was a doctor, so that's how I took it when you said that. Because she said she's a doctor in her video.
Oh, I see. Okay. Professors can be called.
I watched three of her videos, and one of her videos she said she was a doctor. So I'm connecting the dots here out loud.
Okay. Yeah, I have not seen. This is on her TikTok channel.
Yep.
Okay. I have not seen the other ones where.
Last name again? How did you find her on TikTok?
I have it written down in my book. Let me just get up and get it. It's
just pronounce it for me.
I will. I have to look it up though, because I keep forgetting it for some reason. Okay. It's an unusual name.
Right. I think that's my.
And I'm Italian. I should know how to say it. It is next page over. Selena Bertolomo.
I just got a real kick calling in the number.
Someone's riding a motorcycle.
I hear that. I think that's my. I think the recording when you call in and it says to unmute. I think that's my ex-husband. I think he recorded that. He had a beautiful voice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's cool. My voice sucks. I hate my voice. I sound like Ray Romano, like almost like if I had a little more noise nasally.
You know, I was trying to drift off to sleep, and all I could think of was
somebody's sleeping.
Was
Rick. Rick, a fit.
All I could think of was when you have that like a lawyer-client privilege, but you're like a minister.
Yes, clergy penitent privilege.
Clergy penitent privilege. That's all I could think of, and I couldn't get to sleep because I'm like, wait a minute. If the witnesses aren't ministers anymore and they're not members, well, who does what to whom and why?
Very good question. Very good question.
We have one big court case on shunning and who are these people and these kangaroo courts, the whole thing would come down.
They considered them ministers. They called them ministers of service or something.
Well, I know when I was little, they told all the little children, "You're a minister," and I of course, I believed that.
Yeah, they tell them.
You need schooling to be a minister. You need some type of training.
That's what Theocratic ministry school is for.
Yes.
I know. My father's uncle, way back in the day, went to seminary.
Mm-hmm.
And they have how to mediate with families, how to keep people from getting divorced, and psychology, and whatever it was back then. They had all kinds of.
Which is what higher education, which is what Watchtower hates higher education to the point that the elders, and that's another Reddit one I was going to bring next week. They're going to make these elders step down if their kids thinking about even taking the college course.
Oh, I know.
That's
that
right.
made me mad. You know what made me mad about that? the boy or girl that graduates from high school is 18 years old, that means they are now, under the law, an adult.
Yes.
They're going away to a college somewhere else to sleep in a dorm room, so they're not under the father's roof anymore. So why should the dad get chastised?
It's a matter of control, and I think that Watchtower's this what I call it GB 2.0, because 1.0 didn't have those with Sitlick and Schroeder and Swingle and the others. They didn't have that mandate, but this group, they have this mandate where they really want to tighten the gears to scare these men and let them know, you feel so emphatically strong about your position or your title, you're going to, we're going to subliminally control you, influence you to the greater degree that you will not be able to resist what we're saying, and that you're going to, in your household, let your kids, who, as you say, are, they're adults, of course, let them know that you're not gonna stop you from going to college or university, because we love our standing in this kangaroo court organization.
Well, if they keep their people uneducated, their people won't know that a mandate is not a law.
Right.
Well,
and they want to dump them down.
Pixie's onto something, and you both sisters are onto something, because what they are afraid of is that the moment that you go into college, it teaches critical thinking, and the Watchtower knows that basically you're going to wake free of their stupid doctrine, because
Thank you, Eric.
False.
Excellent.
Yeah, and so what happens is that they don't want the elders. That's a bad example for the congregation, because they can't. Once one starts doing it, then everyone's going to start doing it too and get a higher education. They don't want that, because they don't want them to leave the hamster wheel. That's my opinion.
That's true. That's true. Words were never spoken.
Thank you. Thank you on both. I mean,
I just learned a week ago that mandate is not a law. I mean, people think it is, and it's not.
What mandate is not a law?
Mandate is not a law.
Thank you.
Oh, any mandate is not a law. Okay. Gotcha.
And they just said rules, but rules are not laws either, which is the other synonym for mandate. So what they're saying is not written in stone, and it's not
literally. It's not written in stone. If it is a law, it is written down in a courthouse, and it's a law. But comply is not a law. Mandate's not a law. Suggestion's not a law.
Thank you.
There's some others.
Opinions are not a law, and most of what we have been taught are actually personal opinions, not based on biblical truths or any scripture. So this mainly, wow.
Well, they use the terminology principles and then Bible-based conscience, and it gives the impression that these principles are based on the Bible, but they're not. They are not necessarily that. That is not necessarily the case.
Now, the top 10 and the 10 Commandments, those are laws. Those were on the Code of Hammurabi. Those were written in stone, and in most cultures, they are still laws.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
But all that other stuff is bamboozlement.
Or, the other word we can't say on the air. It comes out of everybody. But,
everybody.
Comes out of the cow.
Thank you. Sugar honey iced tea.
You cracked me up last week.
Listen, man, I mean, it's a whirlwind. It's a whirlwind. because I don't like this, I'm going to make this. And then they're going to try to find a scripture or a few words from a scripture. And then we'll just wrap it up. Yes. Yep. And clap and clap and clap. Well, you're clapping on the clapper. Clap on clapper. The clapper, for what they're saying. And you haven't even saying, well, that doesn't, unless there is a critical thinking witness, like a lot of us were, that doesn't sound correct. Or, they're trying to say new light.
Well, see,
and there's a lot of
thing they don't teach. You took grammar, right? I got to believe the New York City schools taught you grammar.
Oh, yes, we have taken grammar.
Yes.
Some of us don't apply it, but we have taken it, yes.
I had grammar intensive school 1 through 6, and I had geography. If you don't teach grammar, you don't teach geography. People don't know they've been fooled, and they don't know where they are.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, your words have never been spoken exactly.
Repeat that often. And that's what grammar is for, because grammar leads to logic and thinking, even though it was painful to learn. But if you can take the sentence apart and say, what are they trying to tell me, then maybe you won't end up in the camp down the road.
Pixie, for someone like myself who swears like a sailor, it's a little bit of a lack of intelligence to swear all the time, but part of it is my passion, and I just can't help but to swear. But to use other words, so is a higher power of intelligence. To know what words,
use the big words,
to learn different words. I can't help but to say that the F word is my favorite word.
But sometimes
I don't know. Being an auto body trainer and having to fly in your clear coat. Go ahead, honey.
But you know what, Eric, you get frustrated when you want to use the F word or the S word or the hell or damn or something like that. You get frustrated. We're only human.
We're human.
And I'm glad that you brought that up, because Watchtower was telling people at one time, don't use the word dang, don't use the word heck, don't use the word what.
Crap was one, and elders don't say crap.
Thank you. You can't use
Jesus.
Oh,
you can't say Jesus or geez. You can't say geez.
Yes. Oh, wowzers. I said the word wowzers.
Do you want to know what gee whiz? Do you want to know where the word
went off on me? And I looked at her like, you're crazy.
Go ahead. What's gee whiz?
Go ahead.
You know what gee whiz is?
I know.
You ever slap your knee and say, oh, gee whiz?
Yeah.
Jesus was a wizard.
No
and he is. He still is.
That's where
he could perform miracles and everything else. Nothing wrong with that.
Wow.
I couldn't even see that. I couldn't even say Lordy be like I used to.
I'm a great fan of Egypt. I often say holy cats.
And they probably a witness will probably get after you for that too.
Oh, I know. That's why I say it.
Another elder in one of my cousin's congregation did not want us to see was saying about watching Batman, the 1966 Batman show, those on ABC with, of course, Adam West and Burt Ward, when Burt Ward was saying Robin, holy this, holy that, they would tell us to stop watching it.
Yeah.
What now, Batman? What now?
Holy cat.
Holy polluted waters, Batman.
Yes.
Like that. I don't know. Yeah, man. I love I used to watch it with my grandparents, because we always watch innocent films together, like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah,
like
I love that one too.
Together, stuff like I love that movie. I can watch it over and over again because it reminds me of my childhood. And they liked all kinds of corny movies like that. But it was good times,
Well, good times. I mean, nothing was wrong with watching Star Trek. Nothing was wrong. Well, of course, they said Jimmy Genie Bewitched and all that, but I snuck and watched them anyway.
It's not even bad, though, compared to what, modern, right, the woke agenda. And when I say woke, I mean, when it's, dark children stuff, But Disney's out of their mind. I don't mean, the woke. I mean, what Disney's doing. They're turning things really dark. Like, I'm just like, why is there so much adult material in a child?
Disney knows what Disney's
That's my
doing
problem.
too.
That's all.
That's
Yeah.
the thing.
You know?
Disney
That's,
knows
I mean,
what
I
Disney is
I love
doing.
Disney too, but there's certain things
So
that
y'all are
don't,
talking over yourself. Please take turns,
you know.
because I'm wanting to hear what you guys are saying.
Linda's trying to talk.
You got Linda, speak, baby.
Yes.
Linda, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying you're all talking at the same time, and I'm wanting to hear what y'all are saying, and I can't understand it. That's all. Just take turns.
Oh, sorry.
So you're all quiet now.
It's like the dark, some of the dark things that Disney is displaying. I mean, I'm not really, I'm quite, shocked myself. I'm gonna have to say that you have to be, to use what Watchtower uses, selective in certain things, if, for yourself.
God.
Yourself,
You sound
not
so
for
much better now.
for yourself, for what you want to watch. But they need to.
Okay, now you got muffled again.
I'm sorry, honey. I was just
much
saying
better.
that with some of the things that Disney has done, and they've went to a dark, made some things dark, as far as some of the presentations for the children and everything else that used to be some of our childhood favorites. What they need to do is go back to the old tried and true formula, and then if they're not going to change, you just be selective. Like, Watchtower is telling people to be selective because Watchtower is saying it, but if you want to be selective on your own and, pick and choose what you want to watch, then you do that for yourself,
Right.
But
good
I
advice.
was, but I again, to piggyback on what Eric has brought out, but again, I couldn't understand why when it came to a lot of things with what we used to watch, what we used to eat, like the cereals and everything. Oh, Count Chocolate, what's that? Count Chocula and Blueberry and what's that? Lucky Charms and stuff. You couldn't eat that. You couldn't watch this. You couldn't play with this. And then someone on Reddit and then.
Someone on Reddit did what? So we're at the 5 hours and 11 minutes. I'm wondering if the phone went dead. I'm thinking it probably did. Yeah, it did. So Rick's going to hear the busy signal, and then he'll come in and redial, usually. That's usually what happens. This is the sound that hardly anybody ever hears on their phone any longer, is a busy signal. That's actually what this is. It's called a busy signal. Yep. And what it used to mean was if you called somebody and you heard that sound, it meant they were already on the phone talking to somebody. And that you would have to hang up and call back later and try to catch them when they're not on the phone talking to somebody else. That's why it was called the busy signal, because the person you were calling was busy talking to somebody else. Shouldn't be too much longer. Rick will probably hear it soon. And then he'll dial back in. And what will happen is when he dials back in, we're going to hear a conversation as if they had not stopped talking, but we missed a certain portion of it. But then we'll catch on. Grab my PC here, close a few things out. I'm going to lower this and open up another thing. I think I'm going to go on YouTube and hopefully it won't make an echo sound. My sound is totally off on the computer. Let's see here. Going to the channel Rick Farron. And then I'm going to go to live because that's where I want to go. I want to go to live. And under live, I'll find the video that is on right now. Okay. So I'm going to tap into that so I can look at the chat. Okay, so I've muted that. And now I'm coming down to the comments. Hello, comments. Sherry St. James is in here. We got Artsy Kim G from USA and Rachel and Rachel Mama. And yeah, I see those, all of you there. It's good to see you guys. But you can hear me. You can just tell that you're not hearing those that are on the phone. Is that correct? I think that's what's going on. Those of you that are in the chat, okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Artsy Kim. What a cool name you have, Artsy Kim. Do you do artsy things on your channel? Let's see, Eric, Linda not answering my question. Let's scoot up here and see what the question is. Rachel. I asked my favorite apostate question. Okay, got to go up more. I'm sorry, sweetheart, I wasn't here. My favorite apostate, I missed the start. Did you say Selena came on the show? Yes, she came on Rick's show just before this one. First, her sister came on the show, and then she showed up. And that was pretty cool. So when you get a chance, listen to, I guess it's World News Tonight. And so when we get a guest like that, the next person in line to start their show knows that it's like, it knows that they're just going to start late. It's just all there is to it, you know? So yeah, that was the case. And it was pretty cool too, how it went. Oh, Ray, you had a dog attack. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, you're on the edge, of course. Your nerves are shot. Okay. Let's see here. Reading some of these comments. Cheryl St. Germain is talking about laws with number codes. People get charged with disturbing the peace, and some with destruction of property, but no one person has been charged with legal insurrection. Am I reading that right? Legal insurrection? legal insurrection. I would think insurrection would not be legal, but I probably have to look at that word more. You have more Constitution freedoms outside of the Watchtower than in. Definitely the truth. Definitely the truth. As a matter of fact, you can find your human rights at the United Nations. That's where you can find your human rights. There's 30 of them. Number 18 is for religious purposes. That's which one is for freedom of religion. And the organization goes to court all the time demanding their human rights of freedom of religion, and they deserve it, okay? But what most Jehovah's Witnesses don't know is that we deserve that right as well. And in the middle of Article 18, through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is you also have the right to change your religion, which is what is not allowed in the organization, or when you do, the consequences are horrendous. You lose contact with family and such. And since it's a human right, that should not be the case. So when you get a chance to look up your Universal Declaration of Human Rights at the United Nations and learn them, because like Cheryl St. James, I'm sorry, Cheryl, like Cheryl St. Germain said, you have more rights outside of the organization than in. Constitutional freedoms. Let's see. Been wanting to watch old Sinbad movie. Selena described Morris. His ass is grass and I am here to mow it. Was that not the best? I thought I was like, wow, that was amazing. I loved hearing her say that. And she said, tell him I'm gonna keep coming back here because I'm looking for him. I thought that was great. Eric, Son of Thunder, typed his kangaroo court disfellowshipping. Yes, he, taped, not typed, taped it. It was pretty good. It was very good, actually. And so, it was 3 full to capacity Dodger stadiums, and one half that watched Eric, Son of Thunders, secretly taped disfellowshipping, and it was a joke. I don't know when that Dodger Stadium happened. I don't think that's from recently. Let's see here. He put up a video on subliminal art. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love that stuff. I found on my Venmo, which maybe has a little of my art. If you're talking about ideology instructions, then border invasion is ideological. But an arrest must have a specific number code. Okay, we're still talking number code. Lunacy, DUI, again, specific code. I love sisters who have balls. Me too. Me too. Oh, Dodger Stadium is huge. I gave that to you for a visual on how many watched Son of Thunders. Okay. Secretly taped judicial hearing. Thank you for that. That is a visual. And I used to go, when I was growing up, that's where I attended at Dodger Stadium. So thank you. That's a definite visual. He was prepared. And I remember as he's talking, one of the elders went, wait a minute. Are you saying da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? He's like, yeah. And that guy was almost taken back. One of the elders. It was very good. Yeah. I remember Apostle Babe, you helped your dad at the garage. You're right, at the 76 station, right there at Dodger Stadium. I used to hang out with him. So I didn't have to wear a dress. I could wear my jeans. It was so cool. Where is Eric, Son of Thunder, these days? His channel, I believe, is still up, but I don't recall the last time he's even done a video. You know, some people will spend a good amount of time making videos and then they just kind of move on to other areas in their life and or continue to make them. You know, it just depends. I remember his mother was not doing well. So I can remember that too. But subliminal art in the Watchtower, I love finding that stuff. Love, love, love it. And it's there. It's always been there. It's there. It's what I find. So is that kind of like what your channel's about? Because that's actually pretty cool. But you did make at least a video about that. I'll have to check it out. I'll come back and look at this live chat, and then I'll find you that way. That's very cool. So it sounds like Rick didn't come and bring the phone call in, which is okay. We've been doing this now for about 5.5 hours, and I think tonight went kind of cool because Eric and we did our first show tonight. This show is now called Watchtower After Dark, and I think it went pretty well. I think we went back and forth pretty well with different subjects, and I like the way he treats people that call in, you know. But I did a resin project on my Venmo, I think. You know what? I've been working with resin. Let me just say it. Resin is my new, like, what can I do with resin kind of thing. I love, love, love resin. I've watched his judicial so many times. I still remember that one elder. You mean the one I was talking about that was like, wait a minute, did you say? And you could almost hear in his brain going, I just never heard about that. Just never. You got to be kidding. Eric is a nice guy, yeah. So I'm working with resin myself, and I use the resin that I can cure. So I put it under the lights, so it'll cure within a certain amount of time. And I'm working on earrings and such. And I've been trying to find things like around the house that I could put into the resin. So what's really cool, what really looks cool inside of resin is kosher salt. So if you make a background of any color, okay, just to begin with, a base background, and you add in kosher salt and shape it however you choose to, it's got a really good contrast. And I've done aluminum foil that I've cut up real fine. And that the aluminum foil I'm talking about is like the kind that comes out in sheets that cooks would wrap like a baked potato in. It's a lighter weight aluminum foil. So if you put it in like a bowl or something and just keep chopping and chopping and chopping, and have very little flakes, you can put that in to your resin as well with a colored background of like a purple or a blue or even a lavender. Good, you're going to get some molds and make keys. Then you definitely will, yeah. So I've been using kosher salt, some foils. I took rice and some of the kosher salt. You're going to laugh. I hairsprayed it in a baggie because I'm a hairdresser, right? I'm a hairdresser like that. Sprayed it and then put some of the glow-in-the-dark powders that I've had for years. And yeah, use gloves, you're right. Chuck it up, I shaked it up, which reminds me of Bacon Shake. I think it was Shake and Bake. We used to, they used to advertise on TV to This thing, you could buy a box that had all the spices in it with a baggie. You throw your chicken in there or whatever meat. You put it in there with the spices and shake it all up, which is exactly what I did with the rice or the kosher salt and the glow-in-the-dark powders. So like oranges and yellows and some lavenders or glow-in-the-dark colors. And that's been pretty cool. Yes, shake and bake, yeah. So I have a really good time experimenting with resins, and I'm still, and I've been working on some paper beads lately too. So that's been actually taking more time than I expected. But what I've been doing is, after I make the bead, the roll-up bead, I will use hodgepodge, which is basically Elmer's glue that is diluted with, let's say, 1/4 water and 3/4 Elmer's glue, or 1/3 water and 2/3 Elmer's glue. And you shake that up, and that's considered a Mod Podge. And you use it and cover things with it, you know, you paint it on and everything. And that gives it a nice shine when it dries. And, oh, you've been doing some beadwork lately too? Yeah. So I've been double Mod Podging these beads, and then I put a layer of acrylic over it. And after I've done all those different steps, it's quite time consuming, but I'm also having fun with maybe adding some glitter, not a whole lot, because I don't like to be all glittery. I like the look of sparkle, a soft sparkle, not big old chunks of I'm a teenager sparkle, right? And then I put that on, or I'll add it to Mod Podge, or I can add it to the resin liquid, but I prefer to do it with the Mod Podge usually. Excuse me. Yeah, you have glimmer. I don't know what happened. I have a frog in my throat. I ended up getting myself crying from coughing. Oh, you do? You make glow-in-the-dark things. Cool. Get a little glimmer paper, and yeah, make tons of glow-in-the-dark resin earrings and stuff. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I love it. And I'm full-on artist, and you sound like you are too. And Bob Roberts, he's always thinking creatively, you know. And he's made some resin beads as well. And he likes working on it with his daughter and stuff, so that's cool. I think I swallowed down the wrong pipe. That's like humiliating and embarrassing, beyond embarrassing. What I've also been doing is working with eggshells. So if you can take that inside, there's a coating on the inside of the shell. If you can get that off before the shell dries, like you rinse it under water and maybe wash the shell a little bit to get that egg stuff out of there, egg residue, there's a very thin layer of, I want to just call it membrane. Try to get as much of that out of the shell. And if you can't get it out of the shell, later on when you, so what I do with the shells is I end up smashing them and having them, and let's have some handy here. No, I don't. So I smash up the shells, and then I use the alcohol inks, the colors of the alcohol inks. So some of them are green, or reds, or blues, or yellows. And I let that dry as well. So let me go back again. If you still have some membrane on the shell, if the shells are super dry or whatever, once you start to crush the egg shells, that membrane kind of just wants to kind of go to the side, and you can tell the consistency is very different, and it's easy to just set those membrane pieces aside. So they're going to get separated that way too. We're on the opposite sides of California. Oh, you're up north, huh? I'm Southern California. You like the village scenes with the air clay. Then I coat it all with resin. Oh, making 3D art pieces, very cool. Yeah. So that's what I do with eggshells. So that's something inexpensive around there. I'm trying to find things that are easily accessible, that are on hand to begin with. So the salt, the foil, and then now I'm talking eggshells. And I've really, really enjoyed the results I get with I want to just call it stained eggshells, which you're using the alcohol ink on the eggshells and then putting it into the resin and seeing the different shades up against a base color, or you can have no color at all. Yeah. You love me and don't be embarrassed. Thank you. It is. It's so embarrassing when you do that one cough where you realize that you think you might have swallowed your own saliva. It's like, God, how dorkified is that? Oh, you do have the glow in dark powder. That is so cool. We'll have to get in touch maybe over, maybe we could do a little hanging out over, I don't know if you're on Facebook or Messenger or something like that. Oh, good. You love the alcohol ink. And maybe we can just kind of talk over that, or some other kind of one-on-one, or invite other people too. It doesn't matter to me. And have a visit. That'd be very cool. And yeah, you were saying I didn't use gloves a lot, and now my hands can burn. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're in Sacramento. You know what? I watched this gal from Sacramento. Was it Sacramento or Fresno? An advocate for the homeless. And she was a trip. She was Native American, and she used to be on the streets. And you know, most people that are on the streets are usually have mental issues. So she's a great advocate for, you know, those that are homeless and what they deserve. And I watched about 3 of her shows, and I was just like hooked. I loved her heart. I loved the way she went into the neighborhood, and they know her, you know what I mean? And yet I could tell she's self-educating herself, like I get to as well. And she's, you know, letting the police officers know that, no, they can't do this, or, you know, is the air conditioner on in the back of that car where that lady is, you know, because you need to have the air conditioner on, stuff like that. She keeps track of how much the city has been given for the homeless, stuff like that. I want to do that thing with the white alcohol ink into resin with color, makes things look 3D. Yes. Sounds really pretty. Yes, actually. My latest thing that I did, I used the white base, but then I colored it so much with my different colors of eggshells. You don't even see the white. You don't even see the white. So I get a little excited and be like, oh, let's add more here. Yeah, Zoom sounds good. I think like we can do 45 minutes on Zoom or some other stuff. Yeah, that sounds cool. We really like that. So my I do have so right now we're on Rick Barron's YouTube channel, and then I do have a channel called Apostle Babe Linda James. I have a few videos on there. So if you leave me a comment, then I'll reply to you and we'll get things started. Yeah, we'll figure out what we'll come up with as far as being able to see each other and show each other some of our stuff and maybe exchange ideas. I think that that would be fun to do. And I love I don't know if you were here, Artsy Kim, earlier, but I read an article about shunning, and it talked about, you know, like before you leave the organization, to make a good few friends, you know, that are outside of the realm of those that shun you. Because then when you're having to deal with those that shun you, whether it's at your job or, you know, the Kingdom Hall, you have something to look forward to, and that's that new friend, you know. And it's always nice to meet new friends within the XJW community. And then sometimes we meet people and we just don't get along. We don't click. And it's never their fault nor my fault. We just don't click. But some people you will click with. And either way, it's all good, you know. Go again and find someone you do click with. The XJW community is pretty welcoming for those of you that are PMOs, physically in and mentally out. And by the way, I love you guys that are PMOs. I love you guys. Many of us are very welcoming. And do we have attitudes? Yeah. We just do, okay? But we work on it, okay? So we try hard to get rid of our attitude. So, you know, most of it's, or some of it's gone. So give us a little bit of grace too, okay? I burn now if I don't wash it off quickly. So I just never let myself run out of gloves. Good. And you know what? Gloves can be bought 100, or, you know, 100 or so a box of gloves. So I put too much color sometimes, yeah. So, you know, a box of gloves might be $7 to $12 depending on what kind of gloves you use. And so I've always got some gloves handy, and I don't always use them either. But, I'm really glad that you guys, oh, you subscribed? Okay, yeah, subscribed. You went to my channel, Apostle Babe Linda James. That'd be cool. And subscribe to this too. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to watch Six Screens, but I'm glad you guys are here. Where was I at? I think tonight turned out pretty well. It was our first show with Eric and I. And Eric used to do a show called Red Pilled. I used to do a show called Healing After the Watchtower. And now we've decided to buddy up. And tonight is our first show called Watchtower After Dark. So I'm pretty pleased with how this went. I think that it would be pretty normal if him and I kind of stepped on each other a bit, but we'll find our footage. And I am very thankful that he and I did our show tonight. Do you want to connect? Yes. As in, get in touch with you and talk with you? Yes, I do. Yes. Why? Because you're artistic. And I want to see the subliminal stuff. I'm like sitting here thinking, my vision is like, my brain is all creative. You had to put resin over that. Make some bitchin' earrings with Watchtower. Watchtower subliminal stuff. Make some copies of that. That'd be fun. eBay, look out. We're going to show up with Watchtower subliminal messages. So anyways, I'm going to set this aside and begin to say goodnight to y'all. Yeah, this is Saturday night. There's been a lot going on in the world, a lot of things that are affecting people. And it kind of makes us feel a bit helpless when we are not able to fix it or make things better, you know. But, you know, just keep these people in your heart. And if you're a praying person, pray. And remind yourself that there's only so much that is actually in our control, that we do have control over. And I like to joke and say, I have control over my eyebrows. So, because I can't control other stuff that I would like to either make better or whatever, but I have to bring it back to me. And what are some of the things I have control over? I have control over being able to do creative stuff, you know, like we were talking about. I have control over that, and I've gathered a few things here and there monthly, you know, for the last year or so, and I've come up with a good amount of stuff. So I also like doing the adult coloring books where you would use gel pens, and sometimes they're pictures of people or mandalas or different things, and I will sit there and just take my gel pens and do that for hours, and I love every minute of it. That's something I have control over. And then I have an app which is called Zen something or another. I've been loving the app too, so I'm doing it on my cell phone. And what it is you get to have the blank picture that you choose to do, and it'll say 1 through however many colors, and with each one that you tap onto, it shows up on the picture a certain shade, and you know that that's where you're supposed to tap to turn in the color that you just looked at the bottom of the picture. And I love doing that one. It actually even has some very relaxing music with it too. So it's called Zen something or another, and I'm, you know, painting. It's not like painting by numbers, but it actually is numbers that I'm painting. So anyways, I just love it. I know that this is something I enjoy doing, so it's something I get to do and get to have control over. So yeah, I wanted to thank everyone that was here tonight, and I wanted to just share that this is truly the highlight of my week. I absolutely love getting to spend time with you and talk about these different subjects that come to mind. We've been affected by a high control group that did not allow us to be our authentic selves. And that's something that I look forward to, you know, getting to see you become more and more of your authentic self, and that you get to see me become more and more of my authentic self, because the self that we were supposed to have in the organization was the new personality. And I consider that outfit something that is not a one-size-fits-all, but it's presented that way. Some people fit in it just fine, and it works for them, but I'm not one of them. And many people are not. But I just wanted to say thank you for being here tonight, and I am thankful that you were here. So I am looking forward to being back next Saturday night with Eric as a co-host. So for the show called Watchtower After Midnight. And it looks like we're going to be starting around 8 o'clock my time. 8 o'clock my time, which I'm in Southern California Pacific Standard Time. 11 o'clock Rick's time on the East Coast. So yeah, I will catch you next week, and thank you for being here so much. I will talk with you later. Good night.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait. Please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 8 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
He didn't go by any legal anything.
I read the exact same thing. Yeah, he took it. And didn't he used to write up on I don't know if this is when Russell was alive or what it was, something that Judge Rutherford used to do. He would stand on the side of the Cadillac as they were pulling up. He'd be on the outside.
Right.
Kind of like he was something. Was that during Russell's time or is that during his own time?
After Russell's funeral, most of the Bible students left. And like I said, the running of the magazine didn't go to the men and women he wanted it to go to. And so then Rutherford shows up. He had worked with them, but he wasn't in the writing department or anything. And he like had people pushed out. And I think one guy committed suicide or something. I mean, there was all this stuff that happened after Russell's funeral, literally after the funeral. And then he moved some guy to England, and